everyone, how are yas on this weird and whacked out, fucked up week that we've been all having? With me at the moment is grumpy old dude Ed, and we're gonna get a bit grumpy today.
Yeah.
How are you, Ed? Apart from grumpy,
We're ranting about
we're
something.
ranting.
What are we ranting about today?
I don't know. There's so many things to fucking rant about, isn't there? I mean, the week's been a bit fucked up and weird. I mean, I've been out of it for part of it. I've been pretty drastically crook for. I was crook when I was on Jay's show on Sunday my time, so your Saturday evening. And I'm still sick now, but I'm at a point where I'm kind of. You probably can hear that I'm sick. This is Jen only just able to talk. And I'll probably cough at you in a little bit. So don't worry. Don't worry. I do not have COVID. I cannot possibly give any of you COVID. And the little filter on my mic is as good as a mask, so you should be perfectly fine.
Well, it doesn't look like it on this screen, but Jen and I are 6 feet apart.
Yes, we're definitely 6 feet apart. So you're all perfectly safe. There is glass between me and you, so you are perfectly safe. I am not going to give you my flu. And it's not COVID. I can guarantee it's not COVID because I know exactly who I caught it from, and that's my niece, and she had to have a COVID test. But they don't overdo the test, so as it was 100% sure where I caught it from, just wait for her result was the best plan for me. So it's definitely not COVID.
Yeah.
Which is good as far as I'm concerned, but it doesn't make me feel any healthier. So let's rant about fucking COVID.
Oh man, I can't anymore. People are so freaking stupid.
Like they are. I mean, Trump, for example. I mean, for one thing, he was put in fucking hospital because he was having troubles breathing, and he books himself out a few days later and says, "Hey, I'm cured." Bullshit, you fucking are. 14 days of being contagious, you dipshit.
Thanks for that, dinkus, because now the idiots here in freaking Pennsatucky, where I live, like all the cousin humpers and uncle daddies and nephew sons are running around here talking about, oh, see, COVID's fake. Trump was fine after 3 days, so nobody's wearing a freaking mask around here again.
There's going to be people say, he's fucking Jesus, he rose from the dead. It was 3 days. You're fucking mental, Trump. You are fucking mental case. You know, if you weren't the president of the USA, you'd be in a fucking white cell with a coat with no fucking arms.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping the state of New York, I'm hoping and really hoping he loses this election and New York locks his ass up for tax fraud or something, and then everything else just snowballs on him and stuff comes out about him and his buddy Epstein on their private island, and
Yeah, I mean, basically, he's come out and bragged about how fucking good he is and everything. His doctor said he's asymptomatic, which means he had very, 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 very minor symptoms compared to most people his age. He's a lucky old fart, in other words, which is fucking dreadful for the... I mean, I wish him no fucking ill will, but it is dreadful for your country that he was asymptomatic because he needed to suffer a little bit for the good of the fucking country.
Yeah, well, let's not forget, though, being the president, he can get all the best doctors and best medication and everything, unlike...
Oh, yeah, exactly. And he's still high on the fucking drug cocktail they gave him. So, yeah, of course he's going to feel like he's 30 years fucking younger.
Yeah.
They sent you to the fucking moon with your drugs they pumped into you, dude.
Hey, Casey, atheist Randy.
Hey, Casey. Hey, Never Again. Hey, Willie. Who else do we have in there? Was it just us and them? Us and them. There's 6 people watching. Thank you for putting up with me being a bit ranty, because I need to be ranty at the moment. If anyone's in the chat and wants to hop in and have something to rant about, send Ed or I a message and we'll shoot you the link, as long as we know you. And you can hop in.
Randy brings up a good point. His body's probably being a little bit tricked just from the steroids and the drugs and everything
Oh,
else. Exactly.
definitely. Definitely. Who comes out of hospital? I'm feel fucking better than I have. Yeah, no, it was a brilliant press conference, wasn't it? I feel better than I have in 30 years.
Yeah.
Hey, I mean, that's how I feel at
Yeah.
the moment. That's how my cold's making me feel. Talking and getting ranty like this is actually hurting my lungs. Which is how would be if he could fucking feel it, but he's so doped up that... And he wouldn't know he's doped up because he's that dumb in the first place. Hi, Jay, you have a link if you want to hop in and rant. I know you're not a
Come
ranty
on,
style
Jay.
person, but if you want to hop in and rant with us, feel free. Whatever you want to rant about.
Amiga Nuts, my thriller shiller buddy. What's going on?
And you need to rant. No,
Yeah,
I mean,
I just like I said, people around here though, he did that freaking speech and that was it. All the freaking Trumpers around here are like, oh, see, it's fine. 3 days he was fine. It's like the flu. It's no big deal. And it's like,
no,
listen,
exactly.
like how can I make you freaking people understand? And some of these are people who know me personally. They've known me for over a decade, like 12, 13 years. They've known me literally like intimate. Well, I won't say intimately, but they know me. And I'm trying to let them know, like, you don't understand. When I got this, it was freaking horrific.
Hey, Raven,
Wear
my
a
lovely.
fucking mask. And none of them want to listen. They're like, oh, whatever, you're just blowing it out of proportion. It's just because you don't take care of yourself. Really? I work out religiously, dude. Like, yeah, I know I smoke. I probably don't have the best freaking diet, but I'm not that unhealthy. I'm almost 50. I can still freaking hit a heavy bag for fucking 4.5 minutes straight, nonstop. Like, I got good cardio. This freaking virus is serious.
I don't have COVID. This flu I've got at the moment is probably the second worst thing going around after COVID, which is what my niece got, right? Yeah. And it fucked me up. I was stuck in bed for 2 days. I just could not do fuck all. And I can't imagine how bad it'd be if it had been COVID. I was absolutely wrecked.
Oh my God.
And I still feel absolutely wrecked. And yet, I mean, I'm a bit overweight. I first admit it, I'm not as overweight as I once was. I was morbidly obese a few years ago. I'm not that overweight anymore. I have put on a bit of weight with COVID, though, because the COVID thing stopped me getting out and do the walking that I used to do. Yeah. But I used to walk 10Ks a day, which is a decent amount of fucking walking.
Yeah.
And I could do that fairly easily. I used to do it in two lots, but I mean, I'm heading towards 50 as well. So, that's not a bad effort as far as I'm concerned. And I hope to get back into it when I move to Albany, which is even safer than living in Perth. And I got better areas I can walk with and family who want to go walking with me, which will encourage me to walk more. So that'll be good. Now, I've completely forgotten what my train of thought was, which is something I do anyway, but it's worse because I don't feel well. I'm going to rant about how my memory has gotten worse the older I fucking got.
I'm blaming Trump.
I blame Trump. He doesn't have enough care for the elderly, and he should be promoting more care for the elderly because he's fucking joining them.
Oh man, I just it just some of the stupid shit that comes out of his mouth. Like, I don't understand. And like not even stuff with this virus, not even things with the pandemic. He's I don't understand how people still support him when he actually promotes good things that the Democrats want to do, like getting rid of fracking. Well, Donnie, for your information,
we're not going to talk about today's debate because there are people who haven't seen it yet, and I don't want to spoil it. Except for one thing, the real winner of the debate was a small
That
little
wasn't.
fly.
Yeah, that wasn't part of the debate, though.
No, it
He's
was no. It
putting
did
it.
come up in the debate, though.
Well, yeah, but he said this before, even before the debate. He's put out these ads about how Joe Biden wants to do away with fracking. Well, guess what? Most people here in Pennsylvania, even the Republicans, want it gone,
Yeah.
dumbass. So,
I mean, I will admit that there are other techniques other than fracking that can be used to discover oil reserves, but we shouldn't be looking for fucking oil reserves. We should be looking for alternatives. Because even if you've got, I mean, we know we can build electronic cars, but not everyone wants those. They want the other types. But we know that we can use solar farms to grow to process crops that we grow to turn them directly into diesel.
yeah.
So you could have diesel powered cars still, and from things that you're directly growing rather than pulling them out of the ground. So you're not actually increasing the greenhouse gas emissions by doing that, because it's the stuff that's directly being taken from the atmosphere by the plants that are growing that you're putting straight back in. You're not pulling stuff out of the ground to put it back in.
Yep.
But biodiesel is sustainable. Petroleum products dug out of the ground are not.
Nope. Yeah.
Coolly, Sam. Look forward to hearing you have a rant. I will save the big rant I want to do until you're in here, because I'm sure you want to join it. I know you will.
Yeah. I don't know. I got so many things that I can rant about, and
my good news today was the fly. I mean, I'm sorry for people who haven't seen it yet, but that entire debate was won by a small fly.
Yeah.
That fly is going to become a symbol for the next election.
Yeah.
And it's going to become meme-tacular.
I told Jen I am nicknaming him Buzz Fightyear.
So, I mean, I have already seen one of the most perfect memes for that, and it was a picture of Pence up close with the little fly in his hair, and the underlying thing was Black Flies Matter, which I know is a little tiny bit racist, but not as racist as it is funny. And not negatively racist anyway. It's kind of positive, because it points out that Pence is a racist prick anyway. So, I mean, it's kind of cool. And I mean, I would love for people to post me their favourite Pence fly memes onto the thread that I posted this in, because I think they're fucking awesome. And, yeah.
We'll have to get the one that the Rage put up on Facebook. It's Pence with the fly up in his head, and it's got Mr. Miyagi and Danielson with the chopsticks trying to catch the fly.
I found the fly stuff amusing because it was the interest that people had in the fly over what the actual content of the debate showed how fucking crap the debate was. And I'm not saying that the whole point about that debate is that Pence showed that Trump didn't avoid questions as much as he could have. That's the bit that really, really annoys me about it, is that Pence would deliberately not answer a question that was asked to go on and answer another question he wants. He treated the debate like he was in the middle of an interview. Like most politicians do interviews. And I'm sorry, Pensy boy, but you ain't going to win a debate like that. You just look like an absolute prick. Which, of course, we all know you are. Did everyone see the thing that came out today? That was the press officers in the White House talking about they asked Trump something about LGBT folks, and Pence was in the room with him, and Trump pointed to Pence and said, "You better not ask him. He wants to hang all the fuckers." Yeah. I don't know. That's Trump's put down of Pence, that Pence wants to kill LGBTQ plus people. If your commander in Cheeto, who has done nothing but shit on LGBT plus people, is calling you out for being a fucking bigot, then fuck, what level of bigot are you?
Yeah, that's pretty severe.
That'd be like somebody from your church pointing to some other fascist, your ex-church, I should say it, pointing to some other fascists and go, oh, fuck no, they're too fucking racist for me. It's like, what the fuck?
Oh, man.
Hi, Granny.
Hey. Hi, Granny.
If you wanna have a rant, Granny, there's a link in my news chat channel and in Midnight Mid America. So if anyone is in one of the channels that has the link, or wants the link, message me or Ed, and we'll give you the link to the StreamYards, and you can hop in and have a rant. Because it's been one of those weeks. Yeah, in Australia, and this was a discussion that was had in a the private chat group for Friday Night Six Pack. And I know we shouldn't talk about what we talk about in our private groups, but I'm sure Chris won't mind, and neither will Sam. There's been a new budget released in Australia, COVID budget, which has changed some of the way that the billing for universities is going to work for certain subjects. And what they have done is, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. There's a good side to this. They have decreased the cost of science type degrees. So if you're taking on a stem cell subject, your cost for doing those degrees is going to be a little bit less. But they have increased the cost of humanities subjects. Now, I have got nothing against decreasing the cost of education. I think education should be free for fucking everyone. But I know there's people who will disagree with me on that. And for various reasons and whatever. We don't have it too bad in Australia. We have this thing called HEX. I'm a little bit too old to have enjoyed it when it was first introduced. But basically, a HEX loan from the government is a loan that's given to you to pay for your education. It doesn't pay for your books or board or food or any of that shit. Your family still have to pay for that, or you have to get a job. So you're still disadvantaged if you come from a poorer background. But you don't have to pay your fees. They are paid for by this government loan, which you pay back in your tax after you have earned a certain amount of money. So you have to have earned over a certain amount of money in your tax before you have to start paying that back, which means you ideally have to have come good on your degree and got a job in it and then started earning money. But my issue with the way that they've changed it to make humanities cost more, and I'm pro everyone doing stem cell studies, to be perfectly honest, but we need people who do humanities. We need people who study social sciences because they are still important. Even if we want to laugh at them and pick fun at them and whatever else, it is important to study ourselves as a species. And it is also important to have people who do art and literature and things like that. These things are still important. Chris's own study of history is a social science to some degree. For some areas of history are a social science. Some areas are not, obviously, but it crosses over. So, increasing the cost of humanities degrees, which inherently are often jobs that you're going to find it harder to earn decent incomes in, could mean that you hit that threshold where you have to pay it back, but then you are crippled in your income when you have to start paying back that debt. So, I think increasing the cost of one to subsidize people getting into STEM is unfair. In my opinion, all education should be free. But hey, if you're not going to do that, how about making all the studies more equitable? Have justifiable reasons for certain studies costing more than others, and not just because of the whim of the way that you want to push people into education. Because that's what ends up happening. If you unfairly bias the cost of studies, you push people into fields, and people should go into the fields that suit them, that they want to do, not what you as a government want to fucking make them do. So that's my little rant there.
Yeah.
And I'd rant about your education system, but your education system is just fucked.
Yeah. You know, yeah. I just, there's no way, you know, I could ever afford for both Amber and I to go back to school. And we're focusing on her degree because, well, I mean, she's got a better chance at making money doing what she does. And I've done manual labor my whole life. You know, I don't really do academic stuff. So for me to go back to school, I would probably go for like engineering or something like that. And there's no way we could afford that. There's not here. There's no way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jay. I wasn't ready for the stream. And no, you can't. You
Sorry,
okay?
only you heard
All
that,
right.
Ed. I muted it from
No.
the stream.
Yeah, you can't rant about me not using the right coffee cup. You got to blame Jen. She set this up at the last minute, and I just grabbed whatever cup was available. It's all Jen's fault.
I don't. If he wants to rant, he has to come in here and actually rant it. You're quite capable, Jay. Hi, Jay. Hi, Bull.
And Jay sent you something in the chat there. He said ancient aliens are real.
Yeah, I saw that. I was ignoring him because he's just trying to bait me because I've told him categorically there no aliens have not visited Earth as far as we know. There is no evidence. If you want to say that aliens have visited Earth in the past, show me your fucking evidence.
Yeah, never again brings up a good point. Back in the day, you know, well, yeah, all right. His dad was a violent a-hole, but he could put his wife and 5 kids through university on, a man's salary. That's not possible any longer. The price of education in this country is
well in any country. The only it's astronomical to study in this country too. Probably not quite as bad as it is for you, but the only reason it's available to anybody is because those hex loans that come from the government. If we didn't have that,
yeah, see,
and our student loans are better than yours. That's the difference.
Yeah. That's the thing. If Amber didn't already have, her certificate for medical billing and coding and have half decent credit, she wouldn't be able to go back to school to better herself and make more money. And that just wouldn't happen. And like I was telling Jen, if we would have had the money up front to pay for her college and everything, it would cost us half as much as it's going to cost her getting grants and government loans.
We know that in countries in Europe where they invest in their populations in education and health and social security, A, the people in those countries are happier, and B, they're better educated. And you end up with a better society overall. I mean, you don't end up with all these bloody hicks in the back streets not wearing fucking masks. The only good thing you might have come from this is that the natural selection might weed out some of the weaker types in your society.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I can see that happening. Trust me. Especially in the area where I live. It's oh man.
Sam. Jay and I are really good friends. He's just being an ass to me. Which is
Amber
fine. I'll get him back for it.
Amber and I have already talked about it. Now, don't get me wrong. She loves the company she works for. She loves all the people she works with. Well, most of the people anyway. I'll say 90% of the people. It's a great job. It's a great company. We don't mind the natural aspect of where we live, but the people and the laws and stuff around here, I'm done. Like, and as soon as Amber graduates in January, we're gonna try and think of a way to get the hell out of here, and hopefully it will be completely out of the United States.
You
Um,
know, the
we're
one of the houses we're looking at the moment, that once we get everything resorted and we hopefully can put an offer in on a different place, because we lost the other place that we wanted to get.
Yeah,
I haven't actually told anyone that yet, but between me getting sick and some issues with having to refinance, we had to let the house go. Fortunately, somebody else wanted to put an offer in on the property, which gave us an out from the contract, which was ideal for us. It still cost us a little bit of money, but it was bugger all. So that was good. Bad in that we lost the house, but we found another one that we really like, and hopefully can get that one. But when we're going to wait on a little while before we put an offer in. If that means we miss it, we miss it. But that's just the way it is when you're looking for houses. But if we do end up with this one, Ed, there's an empty block right behind us.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
nice.
Take your bill.
Yeah. I'm trying to see what they're talking about here in the chat.
Yeah, I was wondering
Bullinator.
about that.
With a felony, I can't get certain government loans in the United
Oh.
States because I have a felony.
Oh, you might
So
have problems getting into Australia with a felony, too.
yeah, but my felony's from 1991.
Yeah, that's true.
So
I don't know how it really works. Generally, if you know you've got a job to come to,
well,
it's not a problem.
yeah, I've already talked to Chris about it, and he told me that felony from 1991
Shouldn't be a
probably
problem.
won't even be a problem.
Yeah.
You know,
You'd
so
certainly have all of us vouch for you.
oh yeah, we're already looking into it. You know,
And the
and
one good thing
Amber,
about Australia is we have less white supremacists than you do.
yeah, well, you have a less population than we do.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I
You
mean, we
you
still
do
have them. We still have assholes here. Um,
Yeah, you do still have quite a
oh, we
following of
def.
my former religion.
Unfortunately, that is
Yeah.
true. And of
Yeah.
yeah, a few of the other ones that are quite way out there and want to do horrible things.
Yeah.
Fortunately, our society as a whole tends to not follow them terribly much.
Yeah.
Um, as a whole, a lot of people have this perception of Australians as being really, really fucking racist. Um,
Yeah,
it's
I don't understand why though.
I, the thing is, our sense of humor is very raw and rough. It is.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
There are states in the US that have a very similar style of sense of humor, but across Australia, that rough, raw humor is the way that we deal with
Yeah.
things. It's probably a hangover from being a prison colony at one point, but
Maybe.
you
Yeah.
toughen up and you say those sort of things. So, um, you will get um, you will get Aboriginal people who will be friends with a particular white person and they'll call you white cunt. You know,
Yeah.
those words will come out of their mouths to a friend. You know, it's like it. I mean, as you know, if an Australian stops taking the piss out of you, you've pissed them off at that point. You know, if we're not prepared to take the piss out of you, then you've upset us because we now know we're at the point where we have to be serious about this shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas if I'm pulling the piss out of you, there's nothing wrong. Yeah, we're all good, Ed. So
Yeah,
yeah,
I don't know. I
it's
know I'm done. I'm done. Just so done. You know,
yeah,
at the least we have to get out of this area. I cannot take this anymore. I thought moving up here to the mountains would be better than living in the more urban area that I lived in New Jersey, and
yeah.
it isn't. It isn't. It's just as bad. You know? So I don't know. We'll think of something, but I don't know how much longer I can stand being around here.
Ugh, yeah. I mean, if you can get out here, we'd love to have you. You know that, Ed.
Hell yeah, we're working on it.
Hey, Robert
I'm gonna
X.
try.
And hi, Ilya. I hope you're feeling better too, hon. Um, so yeah, I'm kind of waiting until you want to hop in, Sam, because I don't want to talk about the ranty shit I want to do about your country until I've got a Pom in here with me.
Well,
Especially
I'm
a
going
Pom
to
who's
go.
probably been affected by the bullshit that's happened there in the last 48 hours.
Yeah, I'm going to go on a quick little rant here about.
Yeah, you go on a quick little rant.
I'm going to go on a rant about certain people who want to call themselves Antifa and say, we're the good guys. When you go around hitting people in the freaking head with a crowbar, you're an extremist. I don't want to hear you talking about your Antifa and how you're not the violent ones. Hitting somebody with a fucking crowbar is violent. You're an extremist.
Yeah.
You're no better.
I will go out to say that some groups make people extremists, but those people join those groups because they are already extremists. That's the lure of those groups. Then you can have groups which, by and large, probably are not extremist in and of themselves, like Black Lives Matter and probably Antifa itself. But some of the people within those organisations are very definitely extremist, and to say that there aren't extremist elements within them is a fucking lie. And you can find that in you can definitely find that in anything. I'm gonna piss a whole heap of people off. There are trans rights activists and gays rights activists who are assholes, who shouldn't be talking for the community because they're just out there to shit on other people. And please don't do that, because there's plenty of ways for us to win these battles without us looking like absolute cunts.
Yeah.
Hi, Sam.
What's up, Sam?
You probably didn't want to come in after what I just said.
That's right. I am going to have my avatar up for a short while because I am making a cup of tea, and you probably don't want to just see around my house.
No, that's okay. We can wait till we can watch you rant for the bit I want to rant about. I bet you know what I want to rant about.
Oh, you go off on that. I want to hear this from someone else as well.
I can barely hear Sam.
Yeah, Sam's a bit soft. That's because Sam's walking around making a cuppa.
Oh,
Is that
okay.
better?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, I'd moved the mic away from my face a minute ago. I was eating breakfast.
Oh, Granny has a question for me. Okay, Granny, please ask me the question that you had from a stream that you had the other night. Because I'd love to answer that. I think I reduced the lag to the chat enough that this shouldn't take too long for Granny to be able to give me the question. Or if you're able to hop in, Granny, hop in and ask it, and we can play feedback on it, because I'm more than happy to answer your questions, as you know. Hi, Neil.
Hey, Neil.
I haven't
Hello,
sent
Neil.
Neil a link if Neil wants to hop in. Although he probably doesn't, because Neil's probably at work.
I don't know. Neil has to get in touch with me on Twitter and hook up something for me to come on his show, damn it.
Yeah. Haven't you had Ed on, Neil? What's the bloody excuse for that? Love you, Neil. Daddy Neil. Yeah, I figured you'd be at work.
I don't know. I need to. I definitely need to find some kind of employment that is not manual labor. I gotta start doing something. It's so freaking hard for me to find a job because, well, I had a conviction 30 freaking years ago. Yeah.
Okay. Granny said in chat, someone was extremely rude to a trans guest. I wanted to say we support her, but would this just draw more attention to the rude comment? I just said we love her. That was on your friendly neighborhood atheist show, which I actually haven't seen yet. I am quite surprised that the chat from there came back with anything transphobic. Generally speaking, the chat in there is pretty positive, so the fact that somebody came back with crap like that is quite surprising. It was probably trolling from one of a certain person's group.
Yeah, he's had a couple of trolls lately.
Yeah. Generally speaking, I don't see a problem with people putting up and supporting for any reason. Not just because somebody's trans in your group. If you've got a person in your group who's from a minority and somebody in the chat wants to have a go at them, stand up for them. I think I've made a post about this before. Being an ally also means standing up for the people that you say you're an ally for. You can say, hey, I'm an ally. It's alright, I support you. But if you don't show some of that support at times, you're actually not so much being an ally. And yes, support can sometimes be what you did there, Granny, which is, Darth Dawkins. Support can sometimes just be, we love you, we support you. And you don't even have to bring any more attention to the bullshit that's happening. But support can also be to put the person who's doing the abusing back in their place, because bullies and abusers are generally fucking cowards, and they need to be put back in their fucking places. And just be careful when you do it. When you're supporting a minority, whether it's a trans person, a gay person, a person of color, whatever that minority is that you're trying to lift up, make sure you do it by lifting them up and not talking over them. That is where your support moves into the thing of, like, if a feminist talks about mansplaining, it is a real thing. If you're a dude and you're going to support a woman, don't mansplain. Don't tell us how we have to be, because we're women. We know who we are and who we can be, and who we should be. Don't tell us who we should be. And it's the same for a trans person. If that trans person's stepping out of line and stepping beyond the thing, and you think you need to tell them that, hey, maybe you should call it back a bit, that's fine. Don't tell them how they should do their activism, though. Maybe leave that for another trans person to do, because that's probably stepping over the line at that point.
Now, let me ask you something, though. I got into something a while back with someone, and I was trying to tell them, no, listen, can I send you a link for StreamYard or something so we can talk, talk, have a conversation, because everything you're reading, you're taking out of context. That's not what I'm saying. And of course I got, quit mansplaining to me. I know exactly what I'm looking at. And it's like, but you're reading it. You're not hearing the inflection and the context.
Yeah, that's it.
Why
sometimes
I
needs
have
this
a conversation.
This is where Twitter is a cesspool. Sorry, Adam. And Sam's trying to talk.
Go ahead, Sam.
There's a lot of situations here where it is just the case that sometimes someone in a minority can be wrong about what's necessary for that minority. I've known trans people who think that every time someone misgenders a person, that's a horrific offence, even if they didn't mean to. Yeah. Whereas they're not meaning to be. People slip up.
Yeah. There's a difference between aggressive misgendering and I fucked up. I fucked up misgendering is the most obvious fucking up of there's two obvious fuck ups of misgendering. I've never misgendered by my family. It's been way too many years since I transitioned, with one exception. I have an uncle who has Alzheimer's, and he never misgenders, but he's the only person who has ever dead named me in the last 18 years. And it is the weirdest fucking thing. But I will never call him up on it, because it's entirely related to his Alzheimer's and not him being a douche. So, having said that, my aunt calls him up every single time. And I actually find it more irritating, her calling him out for it, when he has no control over it, than it actually happening. Because, that's not fair on him, for fuck's sake. Yeah. But if you've got somebody who's actively going out of their way to try and misgender somebody, or try to pick on somebody who's gay, or pick on somebody for their sexuality, their gender identity, their whatever, their skin color, then yeah, you're a fucking douche, you're a bigot, you fuck off. But most acts of misgendering tend to come down to either people not knowing, especially if it's on Twitter, because unless you've got your fucking pronouns in your bio, and not everyone does, and not everyone even checks bios, it can often be a miscase, especially if you've got a cartoon avatar and not actually a picture of you. And that, you know, it's different in person. If you're meeting somebody in person and a person is presenting a particular way, and if a person presents a particular way and you call them he or she based on how you presume they're presenting, and they go, it's they, don't get all uppity that they've said it's they, because generally speaking, they're just correcting you.
Yeah.
But likewise, if you're going, it's they, you bastard, you're in the wrong.
Yeah. You know, I've been accused of that. And it's, you know, and I've told people, like, listen, I don't even really know this person personally. Like, I didn't know how they identify. I just thought it was he. Sorry. Like, you know, I will correct that and try not to do that in the future. And they're like, oh, whatever, you're a homophobe. And I'm like, what?
Do you know the worst thing is? Our gender assumption of people is completely sexist. It's not homophobic or transphobic, it's sexist. We talk to somebody about a particular subject. We have a inbuilt, and it's fucking ridiculous, we have this inbuilt concept of what gender this person should have based on what subject we're talking about. And it doesn't vary much, that picture, regardless of whether you're a man or a woman listening to the subject. So you will get women misgendering this exactly the same way as a man will, because you're assuming this person must be this gender because they know something about this topic. It is the worst fucking thing. If you don't know somebody's gender, ask or use gender neutral. They, them have been acceptable pronouns for the last 500 or 600 years. Get over it, people.
Yeah. I am getting better with that, though. If it's somebody I don't know personally and I'm not sure, I'll just be like, yeah, they are awesome. Yeah.
By the way, Sam, it is really hard to hear you when you're trying to cut in.
Fair. I have a really low volume mic and I don't know why.
Yeah, I'm trying to pick it up when it's happening, and I know you just went to say something a little while ago, so that's why I said that. So.
Fair. Yeah. There's so many bizarre things that happen.
Scammer.
I put my pronouns in my bio on Twitter purely to annoy Peter Boghossian.
I only did it because people kept asking me why people had their pronouns in their description, and I didn't. I didn't. Yeah. I mean, I was like, okay, well, I've never needed to explain my pronouns to people. So I'm like, I never even thought about it, to be perfectly honest. So I totally with cis people. I don't get, I get it. I mean, I totally understand why it's necessary to do it. I didn't feel that because I get why there's so many people who struggle with that, but I never did. So I didn't have to deal with it. So I totally understand cis people. Like, why do you have to put the pronouns into things? I actually had to think about it the same way as a cis person would. And so I put it in because it's the right thing to do. If anybody's wondering, the reason why cis people should do it too is to piss fucking bigots off. Basically.
Yeah.
Because
I use any pronouns, and as such, it doesn't particularly matter to me what pronouns people use on Twitter, but it annoys bigots, and sometimes it makes them block me before I've even spoken to them.
Yeah. Like even if you do something like Jeff does, Godless Hammer, where you go, my pronouns are sir and master. Fine, do that. But make sure you put some sort of pronoun without taking the piss too much. But make sure you put some sort of pronoun in your bio if you've got room for it. I'm not saying drastically change your bio because you've filled up all the things and now you don't have any room for it. But if you have got room for it, do it. Because the more people that do it, the more normal it becomes and the more it pisses off bigots. And right-wingers. The religious get pissed off by it too, because most of the right-wing religious are fucking bigots. I don't mean pagans and people like that. Generally speaking, they are incredibly accepting of gender diverse people.
weird.
But
shit.
right-wing Christians are fucking bigoted.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason that a disproportionately small number of Christians are openly trans or queer or anything, whereas in like atheist and pagan circles and whatever,
There's a lot
you
more.
find you find an almost disproportionate number.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll come up with something for my pronouns like human/living god.
My pronouns are Jesus.
Your pronoun is Jesus. No, I want to be Jesus. Fuck's sake.
No, we already got a Jesus.
Jesus, yeah.
Praise Jesus.
My pronoun is bitch. And if you're really lucky, you're bitchiness. Alright. Shall we, Sam?
Yeah, after you. I want to hear it from someone else first.
You want to hear this from somebody else? Okay, there's a court case happening in the US where a youngish, I think she's 25, isn't she? Is that right, Sam?
Yeah.
She's 25. I can't remember her name. It's eluding me. It's because I've been sick.
Yeah, I might give it a quick Google.
Yeah, you do a quick Google. I think she's 25. She started transition in her teens, went on hormone blockers, took hormones. After she turned 18, she went and got breast removal. I'm saying she. People are going to say you're misgendering. No. Because once she turned about 25, she decided she wasn't trans and decided to detransition. This does happen.
Oh.
However, she was an adult when she made the decision to start actual hormones, not to start taking hormone blockers, but to start taking hormones and to have surgery. She made these decisions as an adult. She has got this religious lawyer and the Heritage Foundation footing the bill, so an American organization footing the bill in the UK to try and make it law that children cannot make medical decisions for themselves. And they are hoping to push that decision to the point that it means that anybody under the age of 25 cannot make medical decisions for themselves.
No. Mm-mm. Nope.
Now, this isn't just a problem that's going to affect trans people. If you're a young kid and you've been raped and you've got religious parents, you could be forced to have the child.
Yeah. Now, what if you're somebody like me who's been living on their own, paying their own way since they were 16? I didn't live at home. Yeah. I was on my own, had my own place, my own car, my own apartment.
You wouldn't legally be allowed to make your own medical decisions.
No.
Because at the moment, in the UK, there's a court precedence in the UK called Gillick, which states that any child that's deemed by the courts to be mentally capable, and that I think it's from about the age of 13, can make their own medical decisions. Basically,
sometimes.
They want... Yes, sometimes. They have to have court approval for it.
They can still get overruled by parents as well in most cases, unless they've got CPS involved already.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. But basically, it gives the children a right to have their own decisions from about the age of 13. It's not a dead cert that they're going to get their own say in it, but it gives a bit more power to kids to have their own say in the medical decisions. This is what they want overturned, and their argument for this is that the human brain doesn't stop developing until you're 25, so basically you're immature to make decisions. Now, here's the interesting thing about this. The human brain develops two sections of how it functions in two different ways. The analytical part of your brain that makes long-term constructive decisions is mostly fully formed by the time you're 16. It's the emotional part of your brain that doesn't develop properly until your mid-20s to 30s. This is why you can be really good at doing all the science and the maths and be a fucking dreadful person emotionally. Because And
yeah, that's
because those two parts of your brain develop differently. So the part of your brain that's capable of making those decisions about those medical decisions is already developed by the time you're 16. It's the other bit. It's the emotional bit. So provided you've got good counselling, good medical support and everything, you should be okay. The problem with this person is because that side of her brain, which was capable of making fucking decisions, decided that this was what she wanted, she lied to those medical practitioners to get what she wanted. And she got what she wanted. Because you can do that. If you know what the answers are going to be that you have to give to get yourself through, you can do it.
I've struggled with that before, where I know all of the answers, but I'm trying to be honest with it.
Yeah.
And it's like, when I was being diagnosed with autism, I know every classical answer for autism diagnosis.
Yeah.
But it was just being blunt about to what extent I had those. Not trying to play it up.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hi, Granny. We have a lawyer here. Here's somebody who's good for this discussion.
Well, actually, the real reason I wanted to pop in on this one was because...
Yep. Yes, Granny?
Oh, I hear Sam, and I thought I was talking over Sam.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, sorry. No, sorry, I was just putting my headphones back on.
Okay. That's all right. No. Go, Granny.
Okay. I actually really wanted to pop in because my daughter, who is a pediatrician, came across a case that was really egregious. And this, she was told about this when she was in medical school. So this was not one of her cases.
Yeah, it was somebody else's.
Yeah. But okay, and it was very interesting to her because I have a severe scoliosis and I've had scoliosis surgery. And this was a case where a man who was a single father of 6 children, the oldest child had severe scoliosis.
Yeah.
Now, when scoliosis comes extremely severe, it can be life-threatening because it starts twisting your rib cage. And when the rib cage starts twisting, you can't breathe as well. My rib cage was already twisting before I had my surgery. But this girl, she was a minor, but she was the oldest of the children. Her father would not let her have scoliosis surgery because she took care of all the rest of the children. And he knew the recovery for this surgery takes quite a while. I was, I was basically, 3 months I was down.
Yeah, when my mum had her spinal fusions, she was out for 5 months, but she died on the operating table. They had to revive her. So, yeah.
And hers was much more severe than mine, so they were saying 6 months for her.
Yeah.
So her father refused to allow her to have surgery. And she had to wait until she turned 18. And the day she turned 18, she went to the doctor and said, "Fix me, before I die." But, that's how bad parents can be about, and wait, she'd have been dead if she had to wait to 25.
Yeah. No, see, it's ridiculous. But this is terrifying in the UK because basically it's bigots wanting to slap trans people down so they get a win over a minority that they hate, and that way they can push back on LGBT folk in general. But in the process of doing that, they're also going to get a win against abortion for young people, and they're also going to fuck young people over in general for all medical conditions. Now they're saying, oh, that's not really the case, but it fucking is. You get rid of that legal precedence, you fuck everyone over. And I'm just hoping the court in the UK realizes that and goes, no, fuck off. You made this decision yourself. It's down to you.
As an 18-year-old in the UK, that's accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, most people at 25 around here don't see their parents any more frequently than a couple of times a month. So if they still had to get parental permission for medical stuff,
it just wouldn't happen.
People,
I mean, you've already got enough problems with your healthcare system in that the waiting lists are for fucking ever.
Oh yeah, like the waiting list to be seen in case because I'm non-binary and I want to do a form of medical transition. The waiting list for me to speak to psychologists to see if I can go on the waiting list for hormones is
3
2
years. 2 years. Yeah, but it'll work out to be about 3 by the time you actually see someone.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Now, there is a thing in the UK that can help people if they've got the money, and it doesn't have to be a lot of money, but some money, so that they can skip this thing. And there's what's the company called? Gender GP, and it's an online gender counseling service that's actually owned by a Hong Kong company, but they work worldwide. They have doctors in the UK that are registered to handle this. Anyway, as a result of this thing going to court, there's been no decision from this court case, mind you, but as a result of it going to court and there being press about it, the UK Pharmaceuticals Advisory Committee has told the pharmacy that was supplying the drugs to trans people on behalf of Gender GP that it is now no longer allowed to supply any hormones to any trans people in the UK.
Yep, still have to go through the gender identity clinics, which are, much as the gender identity clinics are better than they are in a lot of places, they're still shit.
It's the waiting times, really, more so than anything else. They're fucking useless in that sense. You know, nobody should have to wait 2 to 3 years for the first appointment. That is stupid.
The other thing is that while they say there's 6 places, quite often, pretty much everyone gets deferred to the same 2 places.
Yeah, so it's not the best of situations. I mean, really, GPs should be able to take over most of these early roles themselves and get people onto hormones and use other counsellors and that to get people going without having to use the gender clinics. That's the thing. There's been too much of a push into the gender clinics, I think, and it's stopped people from privately being able to do it outside of the gender clinics, apart from this one group that was helping trans people in the UK get the help that they needed. And basically, the Pharmaceuticals Advisory Board has shut it down. And given that probably a good third or more of UK trans people have been getting their medication, their support and help from Gender GP over and above the NHS because of the waiting times, they have basically fucked on a whole heap of trans people. But it actually gets a little worse than that. Like, if you're a trans person who's non-op or who's pre-op, having to wait a while to get your drugs isn't necessarily as bad. Yeah, you're going to feel crap as you come off the drugs and your body's natal hormones take over a little bit or whatever, if they're able to. But if you're a post-op trans person, you are now in the situation where you are basically going into menopause. Menopause with no hormonal backup at all. The degenerative issues that can arise from that for trans people is huge. The bone loss, the energy changes, all the other things then all the other negative conditions that can come from that, even down to the way the body heals because of the lack of hormones, can actually reduce life expectancy for trans people. They are literally putting trans people's lives at risks because they've panicked over a fucking newspaper article that was put in by somebody who was a bigot in the first place, who did absolutely zero fucking research and just wanted to bigot. So I made a post today about journalists who don't know what they're fucking talking about shouldn't make fucking articles of what they don't know anything about. Basically, if you can't put your feet in somebody else's shoes and feel comfortable enough in what you've written, then you shouldn't publish it. I think I said something about if you feel uncomfortable enough that because you've got your own boots shoved so far up your ass, then you shouldn't publish. But it was that kind of thing. You need to take a moment to think what it's like for the people that you're writing this article for, and are you being fucking fair? Don't just write the article for the sake of the fucking readers you think you're going to get out of it. Remember, you are fucking with people's lives. I think the press needs to be made more accountable in more countries.
Yeah, and that goes with pretty much any subject across the board.
100% agree. So, did I cover the rant enough, or do you want to have more, Sam? Because it is your country I'm talking about, not my own.
So, what the really frustrating bit is that this comes after recently a bill was passed in the UK, which actually makes it quite difficult for trans people to get their like passport and birth certificate and stuff, official papers,
Yes.
actually altered once they've transitioned, and that has some bigger implications in terms of other laws and what systems people are expected to use, and it's frustrating. But it's not even the fact that they've attached a fairly big cost to it, which they have.
Yeah.
They've also made it so that you have to be out as trans and stuff publicly for 2 years, and they added some other requirements in. I think there's something about needing medical approval or something, and it's just like, well, people make changes to their birth certificate without medical approval all the time, and with the cost you've attached to this, people aren't just going to do it for a joke.
Oh no. But the bigots in the UK are actually pushing for trans women and trans men to be physically attacked. That's where this is leading, because it's like, you're not going to get the medical help you want for 2 years, but you have to be out as trans for those 2 years. So part of being out and being what they used to call a real life test is being living in the gender role that is the correct role for you, regardless of whether that's non-binary. Well, in the past it was either as a man or a woman, because that non-binary was ignored by the medical fraternity. If you go back 10, 15 years, no, you can't be that. Sam would have had no hope in hell.
Okay, now what do you mean you have to live out as trans? Like,
okay,
you have to let everybody know that you're trans?
So the way it's phrased is ambiguous, but what it implies it means is that you have to be openly trans to everyone, from your boss at work to your family.
Yeah, but okay. Now, what about using restrooms? If you aren't allowed to transition, but you have to use the opposite gender. Well, and when I don't even know how to use the correct terminology here, because
all right,
you present, you appear female, you identify as male, so you use the male restroom, but everyone's looking at you like you're nuts because you appear female and you're not allowed to transition. Yeah, that's nuts.
But you have to socially transition without being able to physically transition, which for some people means that they won't pass, which means, like, if you're a trans woman, your requirement is that you have to fit into women's society. So you have to use the women's changing rooms, you have to use the women's restrooms, and you have to do this. But the bigots are also trying to force laws, in the UK at least, where if you're pre-op, you're not allowed to go in and use the women's loys.
Exactly.
So how can you possibly transition? And that's their end goal. We are going to make transition impossible for you because we don't want you to.
That's not right.
Pretty much.
No, that's not right.
It's what their aim is. It's their long-term aim. If you actually listen to some of them, they would be quite happy if they could line us all up and shoot us.
Yeah, I mean, granted, I am aware of certain legal precedents whereby basically they have to let us transition because...
yeah, you can, Microraptor. The link should be in my news group. So you should be able to grab it there, and I'll bring you in, Microraptor, if you want to hop in.
I don't know the specifics of this, but there's basically something that says that because the NHS classifies being trans and having dysphoria as a medical condition, they have to provide a valid path of treatment.
Yes. This is where, in the UK, it's very much a case of the science is bashing heads with the establishment, and trans people are the people who are suffering. And it's why you see the angry trans people on Twitter, who are quite prepared to shove it in the faces of bigots, because those bigots literally, people along the lines of J.K. Rowling, but worse, who've been empowered by the likes of J.K. Rowling, literally want the death of trans people. Literally.
I don't understand how. And it's almost 2021, and yet people still want to ignore scientific facts.
Yeah,
Like,
but I mean, look at flat earthers and the religious right. Anyway, I mean, when you look at it, you get people like the gender criticals, gender twitticals, as I like to call them, because on Twitter they are dumb as fuck. Those groups, the groups who are well funded in that, are funded by the American religious right. What they've seen in what the groups like the Heritage Foundation and etc. in the US have seen, that the UK is polarized enough that we could possibly win some ground there, because the problem with the UK is you've got all this middle-aged, upper-class white people who back in the day would have been racist as fuck, who probably still are underneath, but can't talk about being racist as fuck, who are classist, who are all that, and now are finding this new target. The target 5-10 years ago was the gays. The target now are the transes.
Because they lost the gays.
Yeah, because they lost the gays.
When you say some people are racist here, but they probably don't show it. For frame of reference, I used to work at a fairly decent-sized pub in a town near where I live. I live in a tiny little village in fuck off nowhere. But this pub I used to work in, the boss would send me to the shop, and it was run by a Islamic couple, and he'd give me a tenner and
Hi, my
get me from, and then he'd just say the packy shops.
Yeah.
Hi, Microraptor. How are you?
Hello, Microraptor.
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you.
I need to get back to work, so.
All right. No worries, Granny. Thank you for hopping in.
Okay, Granny.
Bye.
Hello. It's hard to hear what people are saying.
We were all talking at once.
Yeah, that's why. But you wanted to hop in, so I assume you either had something to say or a question to ask. Go.
It's crackling a lot.
Sorry?
Oh.
Microraptor, I'm not sure if you're talking, but we can't hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you. You might be your internet connection, maybe?
Yeah. Yeah. One thing I'd like to say about all these religious groups, especially here in the States, that want to spend all this money to, do good things. How about you start helping out people like, one of our neighbors here who is a disabled veteran and can't afford to go buy his own food? Why don't you spend some money on that instead of spending money on hate?
Yeah.
Exactly.
As a religious person, other religious people, what the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the biggest joke. Sorry, Sam.
Sorry, paganism is quite different, I guess, but even so, like, pull your socks up, Christianity, basically.
Yeah.
Hello?
Okay, we can hear you now, Microraptor. Yep.
Yeah. Great.
Cool. You had something to add?
I haven't been listening for a few minutes. I've been trying to get into here. But yeah, of course, I started transitioning in June. So I very recently got into medically transitioning. So I very recently started doing that and getting through that process.
Yeah. And welcome to your new life as you. To be honest, a lot of trans people hate it when you say something like that to them. So I apologize if you didn't like it.
Yeah, it sounds a little silly. Like
it really, really does. One of the worst things you can say to a trans woman when they first come out to you is go, "Welcome to womanhood." I've been there.
Yeah,
I've always been there. You weren't fucking aware of it.
Yeah,
Pretty much.
exactly.
I
Yeah.
go on. Sorry, Raptor.
Yeah, because coming out with the stuff like that, I came out when I was 20. I'm 32 now, so I went like the first people I came out to a few friends, and then several years later, I came out to my parents and my whole family, and like it's been a process. And like when I came out the first time, I didn't feel a need to transition, and the reason I've done it so much later is because now I felt a need to transition. So yeah,
It can take a while for some people to get to that point. It's something that I think a lot of people don't understand about trans people is that gender dysphoria affects trans people in different ways. Now, don't think of gender dysphoria as being trans. It is not. Gender dysphoria is the psychological condition that affects you because of being trans. It is not being trans. Trans is trans is the underlying condition, which is your incongruence between the identity that you've been assigned by society to the one that is what feels innate to you. Whether or not it's innate or not, I think is an entirely different argument here. It's what feels innate to you. So, whereas dysphoria is the feelings you get that because of that difference. Now, how bad that can feel can be a number of things. One can be how uncomfortable you feel in your own body, which is similar to body dysmorphia that people can have due to other things, like people who have who feel disattachment to an arm, say, because it's not mapped in their brain. Although the body dysmorphia for gender dysphoria is rather different, because it's not like, oh, shouldn't have this arm. It's like it's like the mapping for how my entire body is entirely different to how my brain says it should be. So it's more a full body sort of thing. It is not. Hi, Laura. It is not as the common trope is, I was born in the wrong body. This is my body.
No.
I was born in this body. My body is weird as all hell because, as you all know, well, most people here know, I'm intersex. I am a chimera. I have XX and XY chromosomes. I'm as weird as fuck. But it's still my body, and I like it, and it's perfectly fucking fine. There were just elements of it that I wasn't fucking happy with because it didn't fit the way my brain told me my body should be. So those things that were wrong, I went as far as I could to fixing. There are still probably things I'd want to fix. I would like to point out to everybody in the chat, be honest with yourself. Go look at yourself in the mirror and say that there isn't something about your body that you're not happy with. Because everybody has something about their body they're not happy with. Everybody would love to fix certain things about their fucking bodies. Don't pick on trans people for doing it. We are just the same as everybody fucking else.
People vaguely racist.
Yeah, and trans people, other trans people out there, don't down on yourself for having gender dysphoria. Don't think it's just something you suffer with. Everybody suffers with variants of body dysmorphia. Everybody, to some degree, that their image of who they are does not match who they are. So even cis people can understand this if they fucking think about it. What they can't understand is the extremeness of it that it is for us, and that's what's different for somebody with gender dysphoria. But it's not just about that. There's gender euphoria, where you can feel better about yourself because you're being perceived as who you perceive yourself to be. So there's a balance of the euphoria and the dysphoria that is what drives people how much it is they need to transition. And how much that balances out depends on how the brain is wired, which is why you can have people who are non-binary like Sam, and you can have people who very much fall into the binary like me. Despite the fact that from a genetic point of view, I am probably more non-binary than Sam is.
Okay.
But it doesn't, because it doesn't work that way. It's how your brain's wired.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I've ranted enough. Did you have more, Microraptor? And I think Laura has something to say.
Yeah. What's with being on the binary? Like, I'd like to say that I'm a woman out of convenience. Like, it's a bit more complicated than just saying I'm a woman. Like, this male aspect and female aspect. Like, this like if the things you enjoy doing, for example, determine your gender, I would be a man, because my interests are relatively
The things we like to
masculine.
do not define our gender.
Yeah, exactly.
And anybody who thinks they do, fuck you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they don't.
Yeah, and like when I think a lot about it, when I think too much about it, I don't know. Like I might be a bit more non-binary, but it's like okay, it's fine to go with women because that people understand that, and like, but yeah,
I-
it's pretty a bit more complicated.
I think it's a case
Honestly-
of figuring out who you are. Sorry,
Yeah.
who did I talk over? Sam.
I know that I know several of my friends who say they're like trans guys or whatever are non-binary, but they're close enough to being a guy that's comfortable, and so they
Yeah.
attach that label to themselves, and they acknowledge to people like me or whoever, yeah, I am, I guess, technically non-binary, but the label man fits well enough that I'll take it, and vice versa
Yeah.
with trans women. Now my gender's a fucking mess, so I couldn't fit into either category. Or both sometimes, but you know.
Yeah.
But the reality is too, your concept of what your gender is can change over time as you learn and discover yourself, because the act of transition itself is an act of self-discovery for many people. I mean, for me, because I physically started transitioning during puberty because of being intersex, I was pretty damn sure of who I was. I had other issues that delayed how long it was till I transitioned, but I knew who I was. So for me, there wasn't as big a avenue of who am I. It was pretty quick for me to sort it out once I'd gotten over the other issues that were in my past, so I could transition. So that was quick and easy for me. But I know that's not like that for everyone. I think most people who transition probably go through a stage of thinking, am I non-binary? What am I? Because once there becomes an acceptance of I'm not cis, then has to become an exploration of who you are. And I'm not saying you're not non-binary, Sam. That wasn't my point there. My point was I think that it's purely an exploratory thing. And
Absolutely. And I know some people who said they were non-binary, genuinely thought they were non-binary, turned out they were trans women.
Yeah, and I know people who've thought they were non-binary and actually ended up being cis. Because even cis people experiment with their gender as much as they do their sexuality. I mean, I know there's people who will deny categorically that they don't at least think about where their sexuality is, and I'm definitely cis. Well, they won't say cis because, or het for that matter, but they'll definitely say, I'm not gay.
Oh, yeah.
But- yeah.
Well, I had a couple of things because I mean
Thanks,
I've got
Laura.
like four things I've written down in just like the 4 or 5 minutes I've been here. So the first one is when I hear the kind of gender critical, aka TERF, because they're the same thing. When they talk about our gender and it's sex is all about XY chromosomes and gametes and all that kind of stuff, and it's like, congratulations. Whenever they play the definition game, they unravel everything that women have fought for.
They do.
Because if women are just what's between their legs and their XY chromosomes, well, what else can you add to that? Therefore, X, Y, and Z. The controls that can be used to deny them birth control, etc., etc.
This is the whole point of feminism.
Yeah.
Was to unravel sex as an entrapment for us. And that's exactly what gender criticals want to do. Push us right back in.
When's the last time in a conversation you asked someone what their gamete size was?
Never.
But not only that, brains are also biological. And mine says something else other than, male or female. And that's the difference.
Well, our brain is our largest sex organ.
The other one as well, about dysphoria and euphoria. So my dysphoria actually got worse when I decided to transition. Now, I didn't decide to be trans. I've known it since I was 7, effectively. I knew I wanted to be a girl when I was 7. But it was one of those things that, I didn't even understand it until I was 25. Because I grew up in the UK and we had Section 29, which was basically schools weren't allowed to tell people that LGBT people existed because they were afraid that they would catch the gay.
That's actually still in effect as well. Like, I've just come out of college, and in high schools, they still won't teach you gay people exist.
So, unfortunately, without the internet, my reference point for transgender people was a prostitute on a Dirty Harry movie.
Oh, that's dreadful.
Yeah, or
wow.
Or a drag queen. And I wasn't any of those things. So
I'm going to be really rude, Laura, and I apologize for this. I mean, I'm nearly 50. How old are you?
46.
You're
So
I'm only a year older than you then. Now, I was probably luckier than you in that sense because my idols when I grew up, one of my big idols when I grew up was Caroline Cozzi.
I don't know who that is.
You don't know who that is? British actress, appeared in a Bond movie, was outed by the Daily Fail as being trans. And she became a big voice in the 80s for trans women. She did the television circuit and promoted trans rights and trans ideas. She was one of the first trans women in the UK to get married before they made the gender recognition certificates and everything. So she was a big part of the fight for all that. And so look her up. She's still alive.
Do you know? I've never even seen Rocky Horror Picture Show because it's like, no, that's not who I am. That's no reference to me. I don't watch drag queens because again, that's like a costume.
Oh, they're talking about pretend there's no gays legislation in the UK. Do you want to fill people in, Laura and Sam?
Well, effectively, what happened was. It was basically the UK government and closed-minded old people, largely religious orientated. But effectively what happened was people were so scared of this HIV/AIDS thing going on that it was like, oh my gosh, we better not let kids acquire this because if they get to learn about gay people, they might catch it.
Yeah.
And it was almost
like don't tell.
It's exactly that. And the thing about it is, you listen to the things that are going on now with the TERFs, that they're trying to stop kids from getting, any gender help at all, any medical help at all, because maybe if they force them into being boys or girls, depending on, if you force them into to being what says. What the indications are between their legs, then maybe they'll just grow out of it.
Despite the fact that 15 years earlier, David Raymer proved that wasn't the case, but I digress, and we're not going to go down that rabbit hole.
But I was saying about my dysphoria and euphoria. So
yes.
My youth, so before I decided to transition, because at the end of the day, it all came down to what will my mum think, what will neighbours think, what will friends think, what will colleagues think, what will strangers on the street think, and it was always negative stuff. So it's like, you know what, best not to. And it was only when a friend died, and it just made me realize life is short. Why are you letting all these other people control you? Control your happiness. That was when I decided, you know what, this thing I've been thinking about for 20 years that I'd learned about in 1999, you know what, I'm going to transition. I'm going to do it. And as soon as I'd made that decision, suddenly the dysphoria hits me worse now, because before it was an unreachable goal. It was something I couldn't do. But now what will happen is I'll get up in the morning, I'll go to the bathroom, I'll go to wash my hands, and I look in the mirror, and there I am with it's getting cold now. I'll be wearing a long flannel lady's nightgown, and there's a guy's head on top, and my head goes, no, that's not right. That's not who I am.
So
that's
there's actually
dysphoria.
that's a psychological phenomena, actually, that for a lot of trans people, once you start even socially transitioning, your dysphoria gets significantly worse because your psychological focus moves from dysphoria about things like hair length to dysphoria about things like
Do I pass?
and do I pass?
Oh wow.
So it
Now-
actually, the initial reaction to people transitioning because of the way society is can actually make dysphoria worse, which is why suicide initially on transitioning, if the proper support is not given to the person transitioning, the suicide rates can actually peak at the beginning.
I
And
have to say,
that's a reflection of society, not of transition.
I have had
Oh,
those
yeah.
thoughts. You know, I
I-
mean,
Yeah.
to the point I counted, it only takes 4 seconds to go from the 10th floor to the ground floor.
Yeah. I'm going to answer a question that Robert X asked because he said maybe I'm a stupid question, but don't mean disrespect. But wouldn't a trans woman prefer to be called she, as that is what they are trying to transfer to? Yeah, I won't take disrespect from the language used. The language used for trans people is so complex that half of us aren't particularly good at it either, and all of us have different ways we wanted to do it. So I am not going to judge anyone for getting things wrong in good faith.
Did I say
However,
something?
No. It's just that I think this was in response because I said to remember Sammy Jenkins that you're probably better off calling Sam, who's in here, they, them, rather than he or she, because non-binary. Not that you care, Sam, but that's the point. Pronouns are different depending on how you identify, but yes, if you're talking about a trans woman, and there's a reason why we put a space in there, and I realize that there's a number of there's a character limit, but and I'm not going to push that either because that's pointless to this discussion. Yes, if you're talking to a trans woman, then yes, refer to her as she, her, because you're going to make her day better, and it doesn't fucking hurt you.
Yeah.
I've got a wonderful story for you. So I get my groceries delivered. I have agoraphobia. I don't like going out. Ironically, kind of related to me being trans, because people never treated me as I was in my head. They treated me as a guy. So but anyway, doesn't matter. So I get my groceries delivered, and one day my groceries delivered. They didn't put any carrots in the packages. So I phoned up the helpline. And I ended up talking to someone because it's outsourced in India or Malaysia or Philippines or wherever. And so she said, what's your order number? So I gave her my order number. And then she said, what's your name? And I said, Laura. And she said, are you sure that's your name? Because Laura's a girl's name.
For fuck's sake.
Man.
I basically said, oh, I'm sorry. I'm transgendered. Is that a problem for you? And suddenly she became professional and apologetic. But I've come up with a new strategy with how to deal with that. I've got Asperger's. I create coping strategies. So I've decided the next time someone does that to me, and it's only happened once, I'm gonna ask them if they've got a cold, because I don't know how many of you ever seen the Monty Python, the Dead Parrot sketch.
Oh yeah. Excuse me,
yes.
miss. What do you mean, miss? I'm sorry, sir. I have a cold.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's it's one of those things, and it's almost like okay, I'm now going to annoy you by sort of confusing you, because that's my own little middle finger revenge for but anyway, I was just going to say about the euphoria.
You've gone really soft again, Sam.
So I'll get the gender dysphoria. Look in the mirror. That's not who I am, and so my brain goes, no, that's does not compute. But when I'm going out or whatever, I'll go do makeup and hair and all that kind of stuff. And then last thing I do is put my hair on, because unfortunately I'm a bit thin on top. I'm not bald or anything. I'm just thin. Look like I get alopecia. So last thing I do is go in the bathroom, put the wig on, and that's when the mirror tells me the truth of who I am on the inside, and that's when I get the euphoria, and it's fantastic.
Never Again has just brought something up. Oh, sorry, Sam, you go. You were waiting to go before.
Yeah, I have a fun thing that I like to do where I think I might have mentioned this last time. I like to see how androgynous I can get. So
yeah, you
as
did
to-
actually.
because and I can thing is I can do it with my voice as well because I can actually make my voice a bit deeper, or I can change it a bit, make it a little bit more feminine. And people tend to read me as female when I do this, and I can swap it up mid conversation and it'll confuse the fuck out of people. The only time it's a problem is that on the phone often I will get she/her pronouns, and if I'm talking to a government official or
Oh,
whatever,
for fuck's sake! Yeah, I know where you're going.
I legally have to correct them.
I have a funny story about that. I had a problem a couple of years ago. I had to deal with some documents that I had to get for a thing that dated back from when I was a teenager. And of course they were in my dead name. And I didn't have any ID to be able to claim it, and they wanted to speak to dead name on the phone. And I actually find that almost impossible to sound like a dude on the phone. So I had to get my brother to pretend to be dead name, so I could get the documents I needed.
Okay.
It was really annoying.
One of the wonderful things about being British is that you can change your name very, very, very easily. I did it in a day.
Same here. It's easy.
Yeah, once you're
Not
18,
here.
easy.
Yeah, not here. Not even if you're cis. Like it's not easy to get a name change here.
Yeah.
You got to persuade a court.
Yeah.
You know, which just seems
Yeah, it's
bizarre.
ridiculous.
That's the same thing here as kids have to go through. Like, I've got friends who are like 14 who want to change their name, but the parents won't let them.
Yeah.
So they have to go through a court for the court to let them change their name.
Mm.
Yeah, we didn't start off talking about trans stuff just for the chat's sake. It's
Well,
just we ended up with Granny joining us and Sam joining us, and of course Granny is the mum of a trans man. Sam is non-binary, I'm trans and intersex. And then of course we had Microraptor and Laura join us, and we were talking about the British fuck up. The Great British fuck up.
Yeah.
So we went down this trans rabbit hole, and we've got enough of us here that we will probably keep talking about this for a while, even if I don't contribute to it.
See, I'm probably not going to contribute to this very much, but I like when I come on Jen's channel and conversations like this start because I learn. And that's a good thing.
There was
And
a
the
point
same with others.
there was a point I wanted to make. There's this thing that cis people seem to think that if you say to somebody who's trans, oh, I had no idea, when they've just basically outed themselves to you, and they post up and they go, and then you go, you have something said to you like, and I've had this. They go, so you're going to become a dude, and I'm like, no. Do you not know me? This is from people I've known for a while and have finally told them about me. And it's like, no, don't you not fucking know me?
Now I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
The worst
they think you're going to go the other way.
Yeah, the worst one for me coming out to people and saying, you know, because when I decided, I just went full out. I didn't go through the sort of slow androgynous sense that some people do. I just went full on. You know, it's like, right, out come the girl clothes that I've had for years and years and years, which I feel comfortable in living at home, and I just wouldn't walk out the door wearing them. You know, suddenly, right, those can go out, and the guy clothes ended. Well, my mum disowned me the day before Mother's Day last year because I wanted to go down and visit her as a guy to give her a Mother's Day present, and ended up with her saying the phone call saying, "Don't bother coming down, just consider me dead." And then we did go down, and I told her that she doesn't get to choose, that I consider her dead. It's up to her whether she wants to consider me dead. And then ended up saying she wanted nothing more to do with me. That's a very short version of the story. A lot more was said.
Yeah.
But it wasn't
That
like
doesn't
angry
surprise
shouting
me.
kind of thing. You know.
I
But-
take it your mum's a Tory.
Sorry?
I take it your mum's a Tory.
No, I don't. Not not really sure what she is. Not really very political.
Apart
anyway.
from a bigot?
Well, I don't really think she's a bigot as such. I just think that she couldn't get her head around me doing it. My brother being
Somebody
gay-
else would have been fine, but because it was you.
Yeah.
That happens a lot.
I've said in my video where I interviewed my mum, I asked my mum whether it was harder for me when I finally let her know all about me transitioning and everything, or was it harder when I came out as an atheist? And the answer was emphatically when you said you were an atheist. So that's just something about my family, I think.
That's fair.
Which makes me one of the. I mean, I consider myself somebody in the trans community who's actually very fucking lucky. So that's my position, which is why I wasn't afraid to out myself so much when I got into doing YouTube and stuff like that. I mean, my initial thing was I wasn't going to even do atheist or LGBTQ content. I was going to do electronic stuff. And I wasn't going to out myself at all. I was just going to do the shit that I enjoyed. And then the crap happened last year with rationality rules and the ACA. And I go, I have to put my voice to this. And I did. And that meant outing myself within the community. And I don't regret that for a second because I am a privileged trans person, which is unusual. Not completely rare, but it is unusual. And why shouldn't I take some of the flack for people who can't?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I came out on YouTube twice because I got two different channels. I do model train stuff, which is guy hobby stuff, but really. Anyway, so it's like, okay, well, I've decided I'm going to transition. What am I going to do? Never go on camera again? Pretend to be a guy for, or just give it up? Well, I didn't want to give it up. I enjoy doing stuff in there. So I just said, right, here's the thing. This is going to happen. This is what's going to happen.
the things you don't mark are your gender. I'm sorry. There are so many cis women out there who like doing what is considered manly things. Fuck you. There's no manly and female-y things. There's just things that people do. And it's sexism that has caused this to be a man's thing or a woman's thing. It's got nothing to do with what's in your brain or what's between your legs.
There is something I have noticed, though, over the years, because I've known many transgender people and cross-dressers as well. And that is that so many of them either joined the military or got into engineering, because those are manly things. And if I do manly things, then maybe these thoughts that go in my head will go away.
Yeah, but it depends what type. I mean, a lot of trans people ended up in the computer industry, especially early on. But most of them loved it, or they did music and they loved it because it was part of their passion. It's what tweaked for them. So I don't know that it was just because it was a manly thing, because yes, the computer industry is very testosterone driven, but it wasn't just that. I mean, I love electronics and computers and that side of engineering, but it wasn't an escapism for me. It was just because I fucking loved it.
Yeah, I never had a
building contest.
Yeah,
I had that sort of. I never had that sort of. Oh, maybe this will make it go away. I'm just a nerd. Like that's it for me. I never like. Yeah, I'm also relatively privileged that my family is very loving and accepting. They don't understand it, and there is a bit of transphobia. Like they don't really like it, but they want to accept it and respect it and understand and all that. So yeah.
People in the chat, Animal Science TV just asked us, am I going to SEO this so that more people can learn? There's links in a few different chats for people to get in. We have a spot. If somebody wants to hop in and ask trans people some questions, because there's 4 of us here, feel free.
I'm going to throw my little contribution in here.
Yeah, go for it, Ed.
Talking about things that people don't define their gender. I'm a former MMA fighter. I'm the grumpy old dude. Like I'm a dude. But in my downtime, I make little paper flowers and butterflies and stuff like that because that's
It's-
what I enjoy making.
And it's not about gender. It's just about the things that you like, and they shouldn't be gender
Exactly.
attached. And that's what feminism is fucking fought for. So if you want to throw people, you want to throw women back under the bus, because that's mostly what gender critical people want to do, under that bus of oppression that this is the feminine thing that you must do, because, I mean, you don't just fuck with women by doing it, you fuck with men too, because you're forcing gender stereotypes. Just to own trans people, you are the absolute biggest fucking cunts in the entire fucking world, so please fuck off. Just fuck off. I had enough of you.
I hate that term gender critical, because trans people are the most gender critical people in the world. We're the most critical people of gender there is.
Yeah, the point is that they're actually critical of the term gender. They think gender doesn't exist, and it's all based on your gametes.
Yeah.
I mean, that's their definition they want to use. What size gametes have you got? We can always tell what size gametes you have. You're bull fucking shit.
I don't even know what the hell a gamete is.
It's whether you have sperm or ovum.
Oh, okay.
So how do you tell what somebody has? Fucking, unless of course you're having sex with them.
I mean,
Yeah, how are you going to fucking know what somebody has? That's just... Even some people don't know what they have, because intersex conditions are a real thing. And some people are born with potential for neither. So, fuck off with that as a definition on anything, you absolute muppets. Because anytime you're going to define sex in any way that doesn't include... all of the aspects that define sex in human beings, you are going to disenfranchise some more cis people than you do trans people.
Yeah.
See, the big thing
yeah,
here is... go on, Michael Raptor.
Yeah. Always when I hear someone try to define woman and man in such a way that does not include trans women, they always exclude cis women. Some cis women, like some cis people always get included. Like, it's impossible to do it without saying some cis women aren't women and cis men aren't men.
Yeah. Omega Nuts has said, I have one question that matters to me. Are you all happy? Yeah, apart from being pissed off at the world in general,
yeah.
I
mean, I'm happy, but I'm stuck in America, so.
Yeah, we're not. None of us are happy with America.
Yeah.
Despite
I'm happy when I'm not having anxiety attacks.
Yeah.
Despite the negative things that I've had, which far are outnumbered by the lovely, wonderful things that happen. I'm doing transition's been the best thing. And not only that, I mean, sometimes I get sort of like a tug in my brain saying, "Are you just going a bit too far?" Sometimes, because it's like, "Oh, am I being too girly?" I'll give you an example. I got a picture.
Is that possible?
Uh,
And that comes back to that whole thing of is this particular trait particularly masculine or particularly feminine? I don't think there is a thing of is that too girly. If you want to be that girly, if you want to wear a tiara, get all frilly, and have fucking fun, do that. And people will have to wait till six pack. Sorry.
Yeah, if you're going so girly that you don't feel comfortable in the girliness, then you have gone too far.
Then you've got the problem. But there is no too girly if you're happy with what you're doing.
Yeah.
There is a video coming out tomorrow night when you watch the first start of Six Pack. Because Jay's finally done the edit, which has all of us dancing.
Hey.
And you have to say that my dancing is pretty girly.
I got a screen share for you. If you want to post it so people can see it.
I can't. I'm sorry, Laura. I can't
Oh.
because I'm using OBS, so I can't prop it up. So I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem.
All right. I have to get going here. All right. But I want to
Okay.
thank you for having me on. Thank you for a great conversation. I definitely learned some stuff today. And I will see Jen tomorrow.
You will, and you will all see us dancing.
And
Um,
yeah.
Go
That'll
sub.
be interesting.
Pointing in the wrong direction. Go sub Ed. Go sub to Ed. And are you back up over 400? Was it 400 you were or 300?
No, 300. Yeah.
Are you back up over?
Yeah.
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 All right.
We're
But still, go sub.
306.
Go sub to the Eddie person. He's awesome. Make sure you catch Six Pack tomorrow night, where Ed and I will tell you more about what we've got coming up over the next week. And yeah, thank you, Ed.
All
I
right.
love you.
Nice to meet
Bye,
you.
everybody. Be
Bye.
safe.
Bye, Ed.
Take care of yourselves. All right. Just remember,
care.
we're all human.
That's always true.
Yeah.
Jen, I've posted it on the Twitter group, so you can see it.
Oh, okay. I will take a look. I won't be able to pop it up because I haven't got it set up in here that I can pop stuff up for the chat though. So you might want to post it in the chat. Have you got ops in the chat, Laura?
I don't.
Type in. I will give you mods and you can post it.
Oh, cool. I'll have to find a web address now.
I was gonna post. I can post it. Oh, I can't post it in the private chat. Damn
I'll
it!
just post them on Twitter and send people to.
I'll post it on Twitter. Yeah, go and check out Laura's. I believe Omega Nuts has posted your links in the things, Laura. So yep, he just did. So go check out Laura's Twitter now if you want to know what Laura's talking about, because she's going to post a link to the thing she is. I'm going to rearrange us on the screen a little so it looks a bit cooler. So let's shift Laura up there and let's move micro. Yeah, why can't I move you? Haha, that looks better.
Okay.
Yay!
Means that I can post the link to.
Yeah, I thought you had a wrench. I thought I'd given you the wrench last time you'd been on my channel.
I don't
So
remember.
I had not
I've
intended
been on
for this
once.
stream to end up being Trans Central Station. I've been waiting about 5 minutes to say that joke, and it wasn't worth the effort.
Okay.
But I'm
you've got
kind of
that
glad
kind
it
of joy-
has, because the thing that had most pissed me off this week is what's happening in the UK. And I'm glad I got 2 UK people here to talk about it, because I kind of felt that even though I'm pissed off about it, I'm not the right person to be talking about it.
Yeah,
So,
that's fair.
Are you talking about the gender GP thing?
yes, and I've already had a rant
Yeah.
about it, but if you want to have a rant about it, Sam and I have already had a bit of a rant about it. If you want to have a rant about it, Laura, go for it.
Well, you know, the thing is, the UK NHS system is incredibly slow.
And
I'll just give
fucked.
you an idea for this. So, I decided to transition at the end of December. So, end of December, I went to my doctor's, asked him to refer me to a general identity clinic.
Yeah.
Started living it in January, and I have been ever since. January the 12th, that was, into the 13th. Anyway, and that was when I came out on YouTube. Literally just, loaded a couple of my friends in the live chat and, came out and just gave my story. And it was really nice and, just really great to have that kind of support. Anyway, so with the NHS system being so slow,
Yeah, I think that's the understatement of the year.
yeah. Well, when I went to my doctor's, I was referred to the general identity clinic. General identity clinic sent me a letter asking me to phone them to arrange a screening call, and this is where they screen out any people that they don't need to come along. They don't need to sit on a long waiting list. It's like, okay, how can we help you? Well, I'm not really sure, but okay, well, they give some ideas. Okay, well, we'll send you some information. Have a think about it. If you need our help, get back in touch, kind of thing. Because, like I say, their resources are limited, and having someone come up and just say, "Well, I don't really know," isn't really going to, get someone the help that they may need. And there are other people that can help, different resources. So, so what happened was I asked them when would be my first appointment. I was told it would be 18 months, which would have been June, July this year. then a bit like in the same way as the worst time for anything to go wrong would be like, your fridge breaking at the week before Christmas, something like that. This is not the best time to happen. It just happens. And unfortunately, COVID happened. So the clinic was closed. Who knows when it'll open again? So even if it opened today, it would still be 3.1 years before I get my first appointment. Sorry, before I get hormones. To get hormones. I've already waited for a year and 20 months already, 21 months now. So
I've been waiting 6 months for my doctor to refer me.
Oh gosh, yeah. I've been really fortunate that my doctor is fantastic, and so's the surgery as well. And not only that, it's also good that my doctor's a Muslim chap. And I was kind of like, okay, well, is his cultural belief system gonna get in the way? No, it doesn't. He's fantastic.
You're quite lucky there, because I have a doctor who's kind of atheistic, culturally Christian sort of dude. And
it's not the best combo.
But I had to explain to him how he can refer me to a GIC. I had to bring it. I pulled up the forms on his computer for him and showed him how to fill them out.
Yeah. I think the worst one I had is when I went to change my name. I had to pay some council tax as well. And
to change your name, you had to pay council tax.
It just happened. I had to do that as well. Might as well do both at the same time. So what happened was I went to the council offices, and I asked to see someone in a private room because I didn't want to have to sort of explain it with like 3 other counters there right next to. So anyway, so I explained some bits, that I was changing my name and here's my deed poll and all that kind of stuff. And the lady behind the counter said that her, I'm going to use how she said it. Her son is trans, and but wants to be a female, and how they'd had a tough time because the doctor said that they have to get a mental health assessment first, which is not true.
Off.
So they'd waited for a year. The kid is 15. And they'd had to wait for a year. So, congratulations, there goes puberty.
Yeah. See, this is my problem with the system. And especially the arguments against puberty blockers. Now, I realize there's going to be some cis people who are in the chat at the moment and going, you're going to espouse weird, untested drugs on preteens. Well, not preteens. That's not how this works. Puberty blockers have been used for nearly 40 years for pernicious anemia. Pernicious puberty! Precocious, thank you. Pernicious anemia is stuck in my brain. Which is a funny place for it, because normally it's the rest of your body. Yeah, somebody take over.
The only long-term side effect of standard puberty suppressant drugs is a minor calcium deficiency, and that's literally something you can fix with supplements. And when that is the only downside, including psychological issues, can you really say it's that big of a deal if it reduces suicide rates?
Yeah. I know you've asked me to do something, Sam. I actually can't because of the plugin I'm using for StreamYards. I can't actually see it.
Okay, basically, are we chill if I'm drinking on stream because I might go crack a cider?
I drink on streams quite often. So, yeah, of course you can.
Yeah, I just wanted to check about...
You may swear, and you may drink on my streams. Perfectly fine. I am fine with that.
I mean, in fairness, I was still coming down from last night having had the equivalent of a few of Neil's gummies. When I came on the stream, I was still coming down from that. So.
Oh no, that's fine. I totally get that. And if I ever persuade Neil back on my channel again, he's quite welcome to be stoned off his brain whilst he's. because
I'll be
I'm
right
cool with that too.
Here's something I can drop for you. So
Yep.
I have a really good coping strategy for trans women. And I'm sure you can apply it to trans men and all sorts of other things as well. But whatever works. So and even cis people, But anyway, so basically, what happens is, I have negative stuff that comes my way, and it can start with the benign stuff. You're walking through a mall or something like that, and people constantly look around. Someone's approaching from the left. Well, do you change direction, speed, so you don't bump into each other, that kind of stuff? And people, their eyes just glimpse. They just take these little snapshot looks at you. So I'll get someone look at me, and you can almost see it in their face. Their head is almost saying, "Wait a minute, something didn't look right there." And so they take a second look to verify, and that's when they get the knowing nod or the goofy grin. Oh, that's why she's so tall, because I'm 6'4".
Oh, you're 6'4", you poor thing.
Yeah. Oh God, can you imagine what it's like getting shoes? I just can't get shoes.
I'm
gonna teach myself to make them.
Really?
If I can't buy them, I'll make them. I'm a model maker.
Oh,
I can sew clothes. I can deal with tools. I mean, it's basically the same thing. Anyway,
I have
so
a
that's the
preference.
benign-
I have a preference for sandals.
Sandals are nice. Yeah, I got a couple. But I'm somewhat limited to a pair of dead person shoes of a close friend of mine who died, and I got their shoes. Some nice T-bars. And they're very, very practical. I managed to get a pair of those last year, and I can't find one of them.
Oh, really? I know where the
I
other one of these is.
haven't-
It fell down behind my computer desk and I can't reach it.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's the benign kind of level. Then I'll get a couple of lads, and one will nudge the other and sort of point at me. It's like the look kind of thing. Or some kid like the other day who just walked out, kept looking at me and then had a stupid smile. And I just wanted, I wanted to just like stop in front of him and say, yes, transgender people exist.
Whoa, what did I do?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I'm carrying the stream for a minute until Jen comes back.
Yeah, I apologize for that. I messed that up for
Yeah.
absolutely everybody. I whacked the wrong thing on my mouse.
Oh, it's
No
gone.
worries. Yeah,
So,
I mean, it's so personal with whether those things are a problem or not. Like for some people, something might be a really big fucking problem, while for someone else, that isn't a problem at all. Like I don't usually refer to my old name as my dead name because I don't like it, but I feel like that's not. Yeah, I say my old name instead, or my male name. But yeah, for others that is like, yeah, I have a problem with it, but other people clearly have a much bigger problem than I do with it. Yeah, I
The chat
understood
is
that
giving
you
me
were
shit
laughing
now,
at-
by the
yeah.
way. That was entirely my own
Got
fault.
that.
I was flipping between windows to grab something that I needed to shove into OBS, and I accidentally clicked the wrong thing, and I dumped myself out.
I'm
And of course,
I'm
that
amused
fucked it
at
all up.
Megan that's saying, "Did you hit the red button?" And my head is going, "What red button?" And that is a reference to G-Man.
Yeah.
Someone tried to explain that using a certain word is like a big red button for G-Man, or for you, he said, and like G-Man's like, "What red button?" he didn't understand the analogy. Anyway, so back to
Sorry, people.
then I'll get a group of people who go by, and then you'll just hear laughter. Did you see that? or something. These are things that kind of you hear and they just kind of they bite at you. The worst one I've had so far was almost the worst. Was like, young family go by and like, oh, there's another she loudly as I walk by, pointing at me, and it's like, couldn't you wait until I was at least out of earshot? Before
That's fair. I mean, I have an kind of an entertaining flip side to that. Is when you're out in public and you see other people who are trans or otherwise GRSM, and you just kind of look at each other, and if you're in a safe enough place, someone's going to shout gay across at the others, and like I live in Manchester-ish, and I will quite often hang around in like the punk area of Manchester.
All right, okay, yeah.
And especially this like basically big marketplace style thing called Affleck's.
Oh yeah, Affleck's Palace. You've been there many times. Because I live in Manchester.
Hey,
I live just outside. Sorry, did Fonzie come in? Sorry, yeah, I live.
Isn't the Manchester version Alphonse? It's Alphonse.
By the way,
Manchester-ish. We're actually relatively near each other then, Laura.
I'm in East Manchester. Are you in East Manchester?
Do you know kind of Rochdale, Bury, that sort of area?
I can see it from here. Yeah.
Like
Holy
literally,
crap.
I live near Rochdale.
It's a small world after all. It's a small England anyway.
Yeah.
I've just put mine on the side for you. We should meet up sometime.
Oh yeah, we absolutely fucking should. That's awesome.
Speaking of the fonts, by the way, the guy who plays him, Harry Winkler, he made a tweet at some point he commented on trans people, and he said that we're all God's children. And sure, we're not religious, or I'm not religious, but that was a nice sentiment.
Yeah, it also means what's so special about Jesus then.
Yeah, exactly.
But anyway, I was just going to finish off this coping strategy. So, like I say, that's I get negative stuff. Well, the thing about it is, if you focus on the negative, then, you're going to get drowned by it effectively. So I created this coping strategy, and I have like a points-based system. It's not literal. I'm not counting points like calories or something. It's conceptual. But it's like, I'm walking down the road. Someone's walking the other way. She looks at me. I smile. She smiles back. There's a point. I go to somewhere like, the cosmetic counter at Boots or whatever. Oh, your eye makeup's looking nice today. Well, they're experts. There's a couple hundred points.
Yeah.
My friend Jackie in America, she's just a lovely, wonderful person. She's like a puppy. You just want to cuddle and hug her because she's so nice. I post a picture. Oh, Laurie, you look stunning today. Well, there's like 500 points of gush right there. One of my absolute best ones was my local bank. And I'd been going in, and I noticed that, one of the ladies behind the counter, she started calling me Laura, and never used to do that when I was a guy. So she was obviously trying to make me feel comfortable. So I said, thank you very much for that. I appreciate it, make me feel comfortable. And she said, oh, you're quite welcome, dear. You're looking nice today. I said, oh, I'm not too bad at makeup and clothes and stuff, fashion and stuff. And she went, no, you look beautiful. You tell a man he's handsome. You tell a woman she's beautiful. You tell a trans woman she's beautiful. That means a lot.
Yeah,
it does. And just those small compliments. I mean, I grew up. The sister who's next in age above me is a little bit into makeup. And my elder sister will occasionally wear makeup if she goes out. My mum never wears makeup apart from a little bit of lippy. Women in my family don't wear makeup. It's never been a big thing for me. I will, if I'm coming on a stream, if I've got any blemishes, I will cover them because I hate to really notice blemishes. If I've got a pimple or something like that, I'll try and cover it. So it's a consistent look and you haven't got this fucking horrible thing sitting there. And I'll usually wear a bit of lippy. And that's usually my extreme. Occasionally a bit of eyeshadow. sometimes, but my glasses tend to hide it in the camera, so the effort I go to is probably not usually worth it. So I mostly never wear makeup, and I don't get it. I don't get makeup.
I don't own any makeup. I probably will at some point, but
Yeah, I do own it, and I will use it, like if I'm going out somewhere special, because that's what my family learned to do. But I just don't do makeup. Having said that,
I'm not that into it either.
before one of Dave's critical question streams, I was sitting there talking to him, and I noticed that I'd had this pimple on my forehead, and I'd scratched it whilst I was talking to him, and it started to bleed. So I panicked, and whilst everyone's watching, did my blemish cover-up thing, and they spent the entire intro of the show pissing themselves laughing at me because I'd panicked about making this thing worse than it needed to be, and then taking the piss out of me at the start. So on one of Dave's critical question things, they're taking the piss out of me at the beginning for makeup, which is something I rarely wear. Aw, thank you, Sammy.
I've got.
I mean, I love the affirmation when I'm just going to say this before you go, Laura. I love the affirmation when people say you look gorgeous, you look beautiful. I mean, we all love it. We all love compliments.
Yeah.
But I never feel that I need them. I don't need other people to validate my womanhood because I'm completely and 100% comfortable in my womanhood. But I
But
definitely
if you
want
like-
to validate other women's womanhood, because your womanhood, or in Sam's case, your non-binaryism, is very, very important, and I want to affirm that from the fucking rooftops for other people.
Yeah. Just to make it perfectly clear, you're all fucking valid.
Yeah.
And you're all fucking gorgeous just the way you are.
Yes, I'm a snake.
But even when you're you on camera, you are absolutely fucking gorgeous, Sam.
Cheers.
Thank you.
I'm still learning how to, sort of see myself effectively.
Yeah,
I know who I am, and I have no problems with who I am. Still learning elements about it, but
Nerdy, you're an awesome person. Person? You're an awesome dude. I think you're awesome, and you're very handsome. Because I've seen ya. So you are a handsome dude. So don't put yourself down. Guys can be gorgeous, even if they don't want to be.
I mentioned something earlier about my mum disowning me, and sort of people think, "Oh gosh, that's so awful." Do you know it actually led? Because I'm a bit like I explained with this coping strategy. I tend to take bad things and try and turn them into good things because I need to. Because otherwise, I'll just cry.
Be glass half full.
Yeah. So what happened was, basically I went down and my mum said she wanted nothing more to do with me. And, so I came home and I was upset. But as I'm walking through the hall, I took off the guy clothes for the last time ever. And I threw them on the ground in the hallway. And I said, well, I'm not going to need them anymore. And I put on a dress because it was a warmish day. And that was the catalyst for me to go through my bedroom. And any guy clothes got lobbed out in the hallway. Fortunately, I live on my own because it took 3 weeks. And then I split into 2 piles. Anything that was had any stains or tears or rips or anything like that, they went to the bin. And anything that was good went to charity. I kept 1 set of guy clothes in case my mum changes her mind, so I could wean her onto it. I gave it a year, and then I got rid of the last set. That was last year.
Nikki Daly, my love, you are in chat. Want to hop in and join the Transcavaganda? No, that wasn't as good as what I came up with the first time. Send me a message in Twitter, Nikki, and I will send you a link if you want to hop in. Because I am happy to keep this chat going for as long as you guys want, but I'm going to reduce how much I'm talking because I'm starting to find it difficult.
I just joined and I can talk forever. It's sad.
Yeah, I know what you're like, Laura, but I still love you.
In the chat, remember Sammy Jenkins? It just reminded me of something. It's funny how many people I'll talk to who will find out I'm non-binary and then be really confused by thinking I'm even slightly attractive. And like I've had straight guys and straight girls both think I'm attractive, and it confuses the fuck out of people.
Why?
Because I'm non-binary and I dress androgynously, so they become attracted to me not understanding what my gender is, and then they find out my gender and it's not what they used to, and it freaks them out because they're the cisheads.
Hmm. I mean, I must admit,
I'm
I
sorry,
am,
I'm trying to find Nikki's nick.
I'm still sort of figuring out, because I'd never heard of non-binary until recently. And so it's not that I got a problem with it in any way. I'm still trying to sort of get my head around how do I approach someone? What do I really? It's not so much what do I say. What do I not say?
See, the fact that non-binary is literally everything that isn't male and female gets interesting. As a general rule,
Yeah.
so long as you're using the correct pronouns, you should be fine. And some non-binary people might say, "Can you use like more masculine title, like this guy or whatever, or this?" And others might ask you to use more feminine titles. So if you were in a group of women, to say ladies and include you in that. And so it's genuinely just a case by case basis. And if you fuck up, they should politely correct you.
Hmm.
And if they don't politely correct you, they're probably being a bit of a dick about it, because you can't know what you've not been told.
Yeah.
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 Well, I just wanted to finish off the end of this story because, like I say, it was kind of, it sounds like a sad one, and I'm going to make it into a wonderful one for you. So what happened was, so split my clothes into two piles. Bad stuff went in the bin. Good stuff went to charity. So the day I got rid of my first bag of guy clothes, I dropped it off at the Asda clothing bank, and then I had to go into town. And I was wearing a really fitted shift dress. I looked brilliant. Looked like I'd just stepped out of like a high executive meeting or something. My hair was great. My clothes were great. My makeup was great. And not only that, I was feeling really good about myself because I'm moving away from the guy past, moving forward to the girly future. And so
A solid estrogen-filled future.
Well, unfortunately, estrogen's a long way away, but I'll do what I can with what I've got for now.
Oh, I forget that it's so hard for you guys there. It fucking sucks. I can't believe how retard. Call me out when I do that, because I in the area of Australia I come from, that word does not have the same connotation as it does in the UK and the US. And I know that it has the other connotation, and I've got to stop myself from doing it.
Yeah, like the C
So I apologize.
You're all good.
No, well, yeah, but nobody here really has the right to tell me I'm all good in saying that, so I apologize to anybody I should be apologizing to. I'm sorry.
I'm quite severely autistic. So
Okay, so you do have the right to do that. Well, not really, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You're an Aspie. I don't have any of those things, so the only mental health conditions I ever have is I suffered from depression, obviously, pre-transition. I still occasionally suffer from depression, but depression runs in my family. I am definitely not the worst person for depression in my family. My daughter is, actually. Depression is a sucky fucking thing.
It is. So yeah, the thing is though that I'm not actually even certain I'll be able to get estrogen ever.
What?
Because and this isn't something I've had medically checked out or anything, but I only recently found out that it's not normal to occasionally have massive chest pains.
Okay, that it's not, but that shouldn't stop you from being able to take estrogen.
Meaning I might have an underlying heart health condition, and within the UK, if you have underlying heart conditions and estrogen would therefore shorten your lifespan, they won't always let you have it.
But that's the wrong way around because estrogen strengthens the heart.
I don't know why that's written in places then, but when I've spoken to people,
Because
I
mean,
like trans have been denied estrogen because of pre-existing conditions like that.
because I have read the scientific documents, and they show a correlation with improved heart conditions with the taking of estrogen.
In which case, if they try and pull that bullshit, I'll simply bring that up to them and post it for sources.
Yeah.
Watch out, because there is a thing called transgender broken arm syndrome, which is basically, any excuse to say, "Oh, well, that's because you're trans," when you could be having a heart attack because you're having a heart attack. You're not having chest pain because you're taking estrogen and because you're trans or whatever. In other words, you didn't break your arm because you're trans. You got a broken arm.
You're
Yeah,
just now
pretty much.
You're suffering from bad medical attention because you're trans, though. Because
Someone
the
might have
medical
broken your arm.
yeah. Well, I suppose you could have if you got beaten up because you're trans. Indirectly speaking.
If you don't mind, can I just finish off that last bit of story that I was telling you about?
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, sorry, yeah, go
looking
ahead.
brilliant. And I'm wearing some of those Spanx, the kind of like really tight undies that stop you looking fat. They're really good for and with a shift dress, you can't you can see everything, so tucking is important. So I'm walking through the indoor market and I'm thinking to myself, I hope I'm tucked tight and no one can tell. I'm sure I am, but you know what? Even if they can tell, I don't care. I'm being me. I'm being genuine and true to myself. And no one can tell me I can't live like this or feel like this or be like this. And after I was done, because remember, I'm feeling really good about my transition. I'm moving quickly. I'm getting rid of guy clothes. Girly future is all I've got in front of me, And after I was finished with the indoor market, I said, tucking. Sorry, live chat. And so after I was done, I said to myself, you know what? I think I'm going to reward myself for feeling this good. And so when I went and bought myself some fresh flowers, and I do that for myself every month now. I got fresh flowers in last week. And I sat on, And if you ever get fresh flowers, get different multicolored ones, rotate the vase every day. You get to tell yourself, I've got flowers in different color every day. Silly thing.
Yeah.
My problem when I've gotten flowers, I mean, I haven't had a proper boyfriend for a while. I've dated a few times over the last few years, but it's been awkward with my daughter. One of the advantages is when I shift is I'll be able to date again because I'll have other family who'll be able to help out and I'll be able to go dating, which would be cool. Although I'll have less of a dating pool because Albany's a lot smaller than Perth. Not that that matters. But when I was dating and getting flowers and things like that, I used to keep them until they were covering the table.
Fair.
Aww. I'm looking at the live chat and we got remember Sammy Jenkins saying we should all pitch in and send Laura some flowers. Aww.
Well, what we'll do is if we do that, if you guys all send me a small amount, I live close enough to Laura to go and give Laura the flowers.
Aww. And hi, intellectual iconoclasm. Good to see you there.
My dating pool gets awkwardly small because despite living near Manchester, I'm non-binary, which cuts out basically everyone who isn't bi or pan. I am somewhat eccentric that scares away most people, and I'm demisexual.
What does that mean?
So I don't know if I'm going to be attracted to someone until I've formed a strong emotional bond with them.
I'm pan, Sam, but I'm also old enough to get arrested. Sorry.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
I couldn't resist that.
Most of my friends are 30 plus. Also doesn't help. I'm 18.
I was like you when I was younger. Most of my friends were older than me, and I've still got a lot of friends who are older than me, but I've got a lot of friends who are younger than me now because I've gotten older, and of course, there's more younger people around who are younger than me than they're older than me. Funny that because people tend to die. Oh, I'm struggling. I am so struggling. In case anybody can hear this, I'm actually struggling to talk. So I'll shut up for a minute.
What? Why don't you go and get a drink
and let you guys continue?
Yes.
Oh, I know what I should do. I should go and get some tonic water and add it to this and have some alcohol and see if I can kill the rest of this bug in me. And I'll join you in having a drinky, Sam.
Hey, I got
Sounds
dark fruit cider.
Oh well, I've got melon liqueur, and yeah, I'm going to.
I might pour myself a bourbon in a minute as well.
Sorry.
I might pour myself a bourbon in a minute as well.
Oh, a bourbon. Yeah, I can't because I don't have any. I think I have some blue curacao though.
Annoyingly, I've got some wine in the fridge, and the one that I normally get wasn't available, so I bought a different one, and the other one is awful. I've drunk vinegar that tastes better.
If you've got shitty wine, it's. I've only ever had a couple of wines that I actually liked, but some wines are significantly worse than others.
I like a rosé.
I'm generally quite a sweet alcohol person. Like, I'll drink Black Russians and fruity ciders and whiskeys and shit.
Yeah, I tried whiskey earlier this year, and I've discovered I don't like it, no matter how much water was in it.
That's fair.
Do you know the reason why I had whiskey?
Go on.
Because I was in the Highlands of Scotland.
Oh, that's fair.
It's like if I'm gonna do it, I'll do it in Scotland.
Highlands whiskey is, if you like whiskey, it's gorgeous. If you don't like whiskey, it's going to be horrific.
Oh, what whiskey are you going to drink?
I can't remember. It was a Malay. I was in Malay, so it was a local one.
If I'm pouring myself a whiskey in a minute, I might get a bourbon, or I might grab myself a bit of Famous Grouse.
Famous Grouse isn't bad. What bourbon will you go for?
Well, I've got some JD on the side.
Oh, JD's nice.
Yeah, my options are, I think, JD, Old Harry, Famous Grouse.
I've never had Old Harry.
It's quite nice. It's slightly higher end one that I might have finished off my dad.
I need to get Atheist Pastor to drag you onto Six Pack one night so you can come drinking with the Aussies.
Sounds like a plan. I'm at a significant advantage in terms of drinking because my dad is quite happy to just buy me alcohol.
But you can surely go and buy your own. I mean, if you had the money.
Well, yeah. But like my total overheads for a month are like a tenner because I don't pay my dad rent. My dad sorts me food and alcohol.
I didn't do a wee. I'll need to do one later because I'm having a drink now, but I didn't do a wee. But thank you, Sammy. Thank you, Sammy. Sexy Sammy. It's so much fun flirting with Sammy because he's married and he's the other side of the country. And he knows for a fact I wouldn't do anything. Except flirt with him because he's so much fun to flirt with.
Flirting is hilarious.
Flirting is fun. It is my passion.
I run into problems when I'm flirting. I play D&D, and when I'm DMing for one of my groups, all of the party members decided they wanted to get into relationships in the game, which wouldn't be a problem if I didn't have crushes on every single fucking player.
Oh, I love your bike, Laura.
It is.
Sorry,
cute,
I just looked at the picture.
Did you see the first one with me with it, or the second?
Yeah, the one with you with it, and the one with it parked.
So. Yeah, because the one that parked I've added flowers to it. It's like, you know what? If I'm going to go girly, I might as well just go all the way.
Yeah, I don't blame you. No, what is wrong with being girly?
No.
I think.
Do I need to rant again? Because I've calmed down a fair bit.
Well, the problem I had in my head was kind of like, you know, I don't want to be a parody of what a girl is or a woman is, rather. I want to be as genuine as I can within the range of things that I like.
See, I think bigots are the ones who've created that image of you're a parody. No, there is no such thing as a fucking parody. You are the girl that you are. And that is it.
Yep.
Whether that girl might be a little bit more masculine or more feminine or, being a girl is not a parody of being a girl. It's just being a girl. And I know plenty of cis girly girls and plenty of trans girly girls, and we're all girly girls. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know trans women who are the most feminine people ever, and then I know trans women who are like fucking blacksmiths, and who sit there and drink whiskey and like just hang around with the lads. And so it can go either way. There's no necessary thing for being trans.
Can I just say, hi, Mark Caesar. Mark is an awesome dude who I've met in real life, and he is absolutely gorgeous.
Cool.
There. Hi, Mark.
Hi, Mike.
I've got a fun one for you. So last summer, I ended up chatting on the streets with one of these Christian street preachers.
I do that.
And yeah, I've done it many times. But this guy, he was he was with an American guy. But anyway, and so when he caught sight of me, and he raised his hand up, and men who want to be women. Oh, you're throwing a gauntlet. Well, unfortunately for him, he knew less about the Bible than I do. So, I ended up I asked him, do you think slavery is wrong? Yes, it's wrong. That's not what your Bible says. No, it doesn't. Yes, it does. It said Exodus 21. But I tell you what, read it out.
Getting smacked on the head in lessons in here.
Yeah, so it's like, read it out for everyone. Okay, I will, he says. He starts flipping pages, gets to the page, skims it. I'm not reading all that. I said, what do you mean? That's not even a page. Don't worry, I've got that bit memorized. I started reciting it. And, the crowd were aghast. But what was funny about it was at one point he said I was committing a sexual sin. I said, I'm asexual. I've never had sex, not interested in having sex. I'm still a virgin. How can I possibly be committing a sexual sin when I'm literally not having sex? Yeah. And he kind of, and he stumbled for a second and then just raised his Bible and said, we're all sinners to God. And I said, did you notice how he completely avoided my question? And everybody laughed. Avoidance. It was funny. Yeah. But great thing, and it kind of reminds me of you slightly, Sam. There was a young person. He was a trans man, not binary. Sorry, not non-binary. Excuse me.
Not non-binary. Yeah.
Yeah.
As in, he was binary.
Anyway, there's this young trans man. He was probably a young lad. I mean, basically, he was probably about maybe 15, something like that, 16 maybe. And he was tackling the guy as well. And after I had something to do, and so I disengaged, and I said, "Lovely chatting with you. I've got to go." Some young lady, kind of pushes away through the crowd a bit, because it started off with me just talking to this guy and him just talking on the street. Ended up with about 30 people around him listening to me and him go backwards and forwards, and a couple of other people go in, and there's a couple of Muslims there as well because they have different, beliefs or whatever. Fun. So anyway. So this young lady, about 19 maybe, wiggles away through the crowd, and she said, "You were fantastic. Can I give you a hug?" And so we did, and that was lovely. But there was a young trans man there, and afterwards he said, "Oh, we're going to go to a pub or something. Do you want to come?" Kind of thing. I said, "Oh, I'd love to, but I've got stuff to do. But thanks anyway." And so I ended up shaking his hand, and his handshake was a little bit feeble, and I said, "Here's the thing. Let me show you how to do it properly. I'm handing over my manliness to you because I'm getting rid of mine. You can have it." I meant it as a joke, but he took it so. And so I showed him how to shake a hand like a man, a good strong handshake, not like breaking someone's fingers kind of strong, just a good grip.
I purposefully do the breaking people's fingers thing because then my friends are always like, reaches out to shake people's hands, and then's like, Sam, actually, no, we'll just give Sam a hug because that way we don't lose both.
I
Just
prefer hug.
just letting Nikki know in the back. You need to at least configure your microphone, Nikki, so I can add you into the discussion. So if you go to the mic cam setup button down in the bottom of the screen, you should be able to click on that and set it to pick up your microphone, and then I should be able to add you. So as at the moment, it's telling me your devices aren't connected.
Sometimes you might have to use a different as well,
Browser.
a different browser.
Yeah, occasionally you can have issues, especially Microsoft Edge.
Yeah, I sometimes find it's Firefox because that's the one my choice.
Yeah, Chrome seems to be the most reliable one with StreamYard.
Firefox is the most secure. Chrome runs the fastest. Edge has extra fancy tools if you know what you're doing.
Yeah, Edge also can just not work properly with StreamYard.
I've got a YouTube
absolutely.
channel and and other stuff. I don't like to put all my eggs in one basket with Google.
Also, people, if Nikki's typing anything to me, I can't actually see it. So funny, you guys can keep a track on the.
Yeah, if it pops up in the private chat, I'll let you know.
Okay, cool, thanks.
Yeah. Actually, I've got an. Oh, sorry. Go on.
Laura, do you know Piccadilly Gardens in Manchester, where all the street preachers stand along that path from Piccadilly Gardens to Arndale? I'll walk down there and purposefully let each preacher stop me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you've said this. I've heard this before, Sam.
It's really funny because I'll let them stop me and I'll let them do their whole shtick, and then I'll just be like, oh yeah, you're doing Ray Comfort's thing, aren't you, or whatever to them.
Yeah.
Or I'll pull them up on something in the Bible, because not only do I know sections of the Bible better than they do, but I can explain to them the meanings of the Hebrew words used within a certain context. So if I bring up Exodus 21, I can explain to them the context of slavery within that time. And if I bring up Leviticus 18, I can explain to them that actually, if you want to translate it like that, another equally valid translation is "You shall not lie with chickens as you lie with women."
Oh,
Okay.
Because
Why?
the word for a male chicken is the same as a word for a man in Hebrew. But they were taking the word man out of context there, meaning that taking the word chicken out of context and using that instead is an equally valid translation.
That's weirdly specific, though.
And so
was there a lot of was there a lot of chicken fucking in the Old Testament? Hi, Nikki.
So a lot.
Is that better?
A lot
Yeah,
of the
that's
Old
better. We got you.
Yeah, a lot of the Old Testament rules were literally just rules to specifically separate them from the surrounding tribes. For example, there was a tribe nearby who did a lot of pedestry. One of their big things was in one of their main religious rituals. They would have grown men sleeping with boys, and that was part of one of their rituals. And it was literally a rule: don't take part in this ritual.
That's the whole, the praying, the whole praying to the golden calf thing. Moses goes up the mountain, gets the 10 commandments, comes down and founds the praying to the golden calf, and he loses his shit and said, "Look, I've just gone up and got a tablet, and you're praying to an iPad. What the hell?" Anyway, no.
Arg.
Yeah, we can hear you, Nikki. It's fine. We've got you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
No, I know. It's just the fact that the call again.
It's all right.
But
We
the
got you.
story isn't. The story isn't there's only one God. The story is that it's a change from polytheism to monotheism, because the way that the society worked is they're a wandering tribe. They're a wandering tribe, and as they go through someone else's land, they would pray to their local god in the same, to respect that tribe. And so, Moses basically is saying, look, we have one God that goes with us wherever we go. We don't do that old thing of praying to someone else's God. Not our thing anymore. That's it.
Oh yeah, and I being a polytheist myself, a pagan, my whole shtick is knowing about this stuff because there's two big things that amuse me about a lot of modern Christian doctrine that's not based off scripture. The first thing is that Judaism used to be inherently polytheistic.
Oh, yes, definitely.
The second amusing thing is that in Judaism, there is no hell concept.
No.
Oh, no, the Christians
Sure.
borrowed that from the Romans and the Greeks.
Yeah, it was the
Actually-
Greeks that
actually,
introduced
they-
the underworld thing.
Actually, they didn't even borrow it properly from the Greeks. They borrowed it from a couple of Greek philosophers who discussed annihilation, but annihilation through burning, and took that to mean eternal fire. Because they just bastardized Platonism. If you take Judaism, Platonism, bastardize both of them and smash them together, you get Christianity.
Yeah. You want to know the
Didn't sound
funniest
very
one?
good.
Have you ever heard of a Zoroastrian hell?
Oh,
No,
this is something I don't really know about that much.
That one's really
haven't.
interesting because, as well as it being rather horrible and gory and rather, descriptive, one of the things is you will be pelted with hedgehogs.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
And it's
that
like,
is-
What?
that is
okay,
cool.
that's kind of interesting.
And I love how Islam has the whole nuclear fruit thing that one drop of the fruit could destroy the earth. And so you're fed that, but you get a body that can withstand nuclear fruit. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure why they're complaining.
I've got a video on my channel which you might appreciate. You know who Aaron Ra is, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Nuclear
Okay,
fruit
so-
totally changes the concept of a Molotov cocktail, doesn't it?
What, Aaron Ra?
No, nuclear fruit.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, the thing with Aaron Ra is, much as he's a fine guy by himself, the amount of people who parrot Aaron Ra at me, it's like, if I wanted to know what fucking Aaron Ra thought, I'd email him.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah,
listen to his streams.
Well, it's kind of easier than that because I got him on Skype, and I've
Yeah.
hung around with him twice in Manchester now.
Oh,
Well,
that's
the
the
last
thing,
time,
though.
the first time he came to Manchester, I showed him around the city.
Oh, cool.
We
Aaron's
had
lovely.
we had-
Yes.
we had fish and chips. That was kind of cool for him. But
That was quick at
anyway,
Mega Nuts. Mega Nuts has already posted the link to Aaron Ra.
Yeah. So what happened was there was this little street preacher called Jason Burns who had been haranguing Aaron Ra for years. And so it's like, well, he usually comes on a Thursday. That's not today. So, yeah. But what happened was it's like, okay, let's see if there's any street preachers. And it's like, well, it was only like 10, 11 o'clock in the morning. So there wasn't going to be many around because usually they turn up in the afternoon. They like to get the rush hour traffic.
You'll get Jehovah's Witnesses, though. Jehovah's Witnesses come out at kind of 10:30, 11.
Oh yeah. They always confuse me because it's like, why? You think there's only like I forgot how much it was. It was like 200,000 people that are going to go to heaven.
144,000.
4,000.
144,000. Remember it.
That's heaven, but not their new earth.
Oh, is it?
Because the new
yeah,
earth and heaven are two separate things.
Oh yeah, they
For Jehovah's
believe that
Witnesses, sorry, not
will all
Mormons.
Jehovah's Witnesses believe that they'll all be resurrected when Judgment Day comes, and then all the people going to heaven will go to heaven, but then all the loyal Jehovah's Witnesses who, will remain immortal, alive on Earth.
Yeah, the new earth.
Yes.
That's why there's a
And-
new heaven and a new earth. That's where they take that passage from. So it's that's how they get there around their 144,000. So it's not technical. It's like in all these things. There are only limits until they figure out a way to get around it. And the Bible is so obtuse and everything. It's easy enough to get around anything.
Well, there was.
I'm
I
really
can-
tempted to
okay.
make. I'm really tempted to make a joke about New York in Doctor Who.
Yeah,
Because you've seen New York, so yeah.
New York. Thank you. It was 17.
Yeah.
17
Yeah,
was it?
Yeah, it was.
This reminds me of something to do with priest socks. But anyway,
Yeah.
Yes.
But anyway, so what happened was I was showing Aaron Ra around the city, and he wanted to see if there were street preachers. There weren't any there. And then we got to the, it's like normally he'd be here. So can I get a picture of you where Jason Burns normally sits? And he's got his hands out like, where's Jason? Kind of look. And then we turn around and it's like, there he is. And I moved Aaron Wright out of the way, and I said, look, he's over there, the short one, because he's like 5'0". He's head and shoulders shorter than I am. No dandruff. Anyway, so I said to him, you go round the back and I'll film from the front. I posted the video on in the live chat. And it's Aaron Ra meeting Jason Burns. And I added a little bit of music on for the lols.
That's great.
You realize it's Aaron and not Aaron.
Yes.
Aaron Ra.
Yeah, Aaron Ra.
Yeah, Aaron Ra.
Aaron.
So the other thing with it'll be interesting to have a conversation with Aaron Ra, and I'm almost certain I'm going to get to have a conversation with him at some point because I'm going to Faithless Forum.
He is lovely and he's very easy to talk to. So.
Yeah. I think so long as he doesn't get started on the whole all religions thing that he sometimes does.
Yeah, he's.
I will. Much as he seems like a lovely guy, that would be my one thing. And I think because he occasionally does that, a lot of his fans permanently do that, as justified by my Twitter feed. The amount of people who I'll be trying to talk to them and I'll ask them, okay, so if you're an atheist and you're saying that a belief in a God is irrational, what are you defining as this God that you belief in is irrational? And they'll quote to me Aaron Ra's definition, and they'll say, Aaron Ra says, da 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 da, as if they're quoting like Paul from the Bible or some shit.
That's the worst thing. Somebody dictating to you what you believe. Shut up, listen to what I actually believe. I mean, I say I'm an atheist, but if you're going to push me on that, I'm agnostic. I don't think the Christian God exists because there is nothing in that Bible that screams truth.
Are
you okay?
That sounds a bit rough.
Oh, you're right, Jen.
Put your lung back.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. So the thing with that is, I don't actually really mind quite as much, but I have some funny positions on Christianity because, as a polytheist, I accept that Yahweh exists, and that throws out Christians. That throws them off so much. Because I'll tell them, yeah, sure, I think Yahweh probably exists. As written in the Bible, no. If you define me Yahweh as written in the Bible, I'm an atheist in terms of him. But I would hold provisionally that Yahweh exists as a trickster deity, effectively.
Funnily enough, that is how I describe it.
Like if I'm coming up with talking to a Christian priest or something, I'll basically just go the line, your God's lying to you.
Priest up is a dodge. These it's nothing. This is nothing to do with philosophy. This is to do with, they already believe
semantics.
Well, it's not even that. It's a dodge. They know that they can't actually have an argument, so they're just going to presuppose it because, and the only reason for doing it is if I'm the presupper, if I'm forcing you to justify yourself, then you can't be pointing your finger at the Bible and saying, yeah, but what about this thing on slavery? What about this thing on rape and et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah.
It is a defensive posture. And none of them.
The simple
just let me get this one sentence out. Let me just
Go
get
on,
this
sorry.
out. None of them came to the conclusion that their God exists based upon presupposing it. They already believed it. They just heard this argument and said, yes, that's a good way for me to attack you rather than defend me.
Yeah, pretty much. So I find I've only done it a couple of times, and honestly, I've probably interacted more with Ocean Keltoy pretending to be a Christian pre-supper than actual Christian pre-suppers. But I found that it can work quite well to basically go, right, you know what? I don't know the answer to your question, but neither do you. So justify your already standing explanation.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it feels good for us to do that, but it doesn't necessarily work for them because presups just don't fucking listen to you no matter what you say.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
You've
but then you
already
just push
decided.
them on it and refuse to go further with the script.
Yeah, well, that's true.
For me, it's it's a lot about I don't know. I don't know if there is a God. The universe that I see doesn't need one, but it's also not a universe that can't have a God. Like there might be one God or several gods or whatever, but yeah, I don't need that in my worldview or whatever. So yeah, I don't like to call myself an atheist or an agnostic. Like I like to talk about like what that means to me instead of using just labels. But yeah, I'm an atheist in the sense that to the question, does God exist? My answer is I don't know. Yeah.
For everyone who's asking about how I am in the chat, I've had a really bad flu for the last 5 days. It's not COVID. My niece who I caught it from had to be tested because they thought it might be, but they didn't test me because she was the only person I could have possibly caught it from. She came back negative, so it's definitely not COVID, but it is the second worst flu that we've currently got in the area I live in. And it is absolutely not the socks off me.
It's unpleasant.
Yeah. I've spent 2 days bedridden with it, and I'm just at the point of being functional again. I sound absolutely dreadful at the moment, in case anybody was wondering. And I know I do, but that's fine because that's the way it is. But yeah, I've been ill. That's the reality of it. And I really needed to do this because I got sick of being cooped up in bed for 2 days. So having a rant about shit and having good friends around me to talk to has been really, it starts with a C. Carthagenic? Is that the right word? Is my brain working properly?
Cathartic.
Cathartic, thank you. Yeah. So this has been awesome, but I'm not going to stop because I know you guys want to keep talking. But I'm going to try and take a little bit of a break from my talking for a little bit, just so that I can get my breathing back in. I just took a couple of tablets to try and help with that, so I should be okay in a bit. But you guys keep going because this is awesome. And Nikki, you haven't said much, and come on.
I've been getting dressed.
Oh, sexy Nikki.
I've got a question. Is this joke not necessarily a bad joke, but an inappropriate joke? So, and it's a dyslexic joke. Like, why did the dyslexic trans person go to East Africa? Because they were seeking out a gender gender Ethiopian.
As in Ethiopian being Euphoria instead of Ethiopians.
Yeah.
So.
It's not a good joke.
It's not a good joke, but is it bigoted towards dyslexic people or bad towards trans people? I'd say not if sent by anybody who is dyslexic or trans. I mean, if it's said by somebody who isn't, maybe that would depend on your audience to some extent. I've always been a believer that comedy should punch up or sideways, but not down. I follow George Carlin in that. And I was going to talk
I
less.
love George Carlin.
And
I
I'm
missed
starting
it.
to struggle.
If I've got quite a long joke, if people want to hear it, I don't know if you'd want to. It takes several minutes to tell. And if I do tell it and Mikey's still in the chat, he's going to be annoyed. So, shall I tell it or no?
Yeah, no, tell it.
Yeah, go on.
Okay, so there's this guy driving along the road, middle of nowhere, at night, and his car breaks down. And there's a nearby monastery, so he goes in there and asks them if he can stay the night. And they say, yeah, sure, and they take him in and they give him a bed. And they're handy monks. They will fix up his car for him overnight. And so they do. And during the night, he hears a strange noise. And he asks the monks in the morning, what was that noise? And the monks respond, we cannot tell you. You are not a monk. So he says, okay, fine. One of life's mysteries. And kind of carries on. But some years later, he finds himself along the same road, about the same time of night, breaks down again. And so he goes back into the monastery. They remember him. They take him in, feed him, fix his car again. And during the night, he hears the same strange noise. And so he asks the monks again, what's the noise? Seriously, come on. And they're like, no, we cannot tell you. You're not a monk. And so he's like, okay, fine. Curiosity is going to get the better of me. How does one become a monk? And so they say, we want you to travel the world and count the grains of sand and the blades of grass. Come back, tell us those numbers, and you will be a monk. So he says, okay, fine. I imagine if we're realistic, he probably just Googled the answers before he got back to make sure. But he traveled all over. He spent years doing this. He traveled all across every continent, went to every big city, visited some little towns, saw everything. Looked at grass, looked at every beach, did everything he could, went back to the monks and gave them some stupidly big numbers that were probably in, let's be real, at least 12 digits. And
Bigger than that, but yeah.
Like I said, at least. And so the monks go, okay, sure, let's give you a ceremony then. So they take him in and they shave his head, they give him robes and a ceremonial dagger, and give him a tattoo and everything. The massive ceremony and a feast. And he's now a monk. And so he asks the head monk, will you please now take me to the source of the strange noise? So he says, yeah, sure. And he leads him down into like a basement sort of area. And there's a door. And he says, behind the door is the source of the noise. And so the man tries the door and it's locked. And so he's like, can I have the key, please? And so the head monk hands him a key and he opens the door. And this door is made of wood. And there's a door behind that made of stone. And he tries that and that door's locked as well. He's like, real funny, key, please. And so the head monk hands him the key to the stone door. He opens that. Behind that is a steel door. And he tries it again. It's locked. At this point, the head monk is just kind of handing him the key when he turns around. And so he opens up the steel door. Behind that is a door made of amethyst. Behind that is a door made of topaz. And this goes on and on.
It's doors all the way down.
And it's doors of every precious and semi-precious gemstone, from tiger's eye and malachite to diamonds, rubies, sapphires, which are technically like diamonds. Sapphires, sorry, rubies and sapphires are very similar, but it's the color. And so they have all of these, and it's hundreds and hundreds of doors, and they get to a point where it is a door made out of like this a very opaque glass sort of thing, and he's not really sure what it is, but the monk hands him the key and says, this is the last key to the last door. And the man is relieved to know he's finally at the end of his journey. He puts the key in the lock, turns it, opens the door, and he's amazed at what he finds. But he can't tell you because you're not a monk.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw where this was going.
Yeah.
It's one of those annoying jokes that you get to the end of it and you want to throttle the person who told it.
Oh yeah, but then you tell the joke, it's the funniest thing ever. It's a bit like there was this guy who was taking his girlfriend to prom. This one's a bit short, and he says, "I'll sort everything." And so he goes and stands in like a flower line at the florist's and buys some flowers. And he stands in the tuxedo line at the tailor's, buys a tuxedo, and he goes and buys his girlfriend a nice dress. And he goes and stands in the limo line and buys a limo because he wants to do this properly if he's going to do it. They get to prom, and his girlfriend's like, "I'm really thirsty. Could you go grab us a drink?" So he goes to the punch bowl, and there was no punch line.
Oh, that is awesome. I like that one. That's a good joke.
Yeah,
and I will forget it, but that was a good joke.
I have a plethora of dad jokes. It's fun.
There's,
You so need to meet Kate Farr Bionic Dance.
I think my favorite joke, and it's a stupid, almost childish joke, but the second one kind of makes it even more amusing. And it's, what do you call a deer with no eyes?
No idea.
No idea.
What do you call a fish with no eyes? Exactly.
What do you call a deer with no eyes
letter
and
I.
no legs? What do you call a deer with no eyes and no legs?
Still no idea.
Still no idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there another one of those?
Do you know what you call a guy with a spade on his head?
Doug.
Yes. Do you know what you call a guy without a spade on his head?
Douglas.
Yes. Do you know what you call a girl in the middle of a tennis court?
Oh, I do know this one. I can't remember it.
Annette?
Yes.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, Annette.
Okay, that was a guess.
What do you call a fisherman?
A fisherman.
Yeah. What do you call a fisherman? What's
A
his name?
fisherman. Oh,
His name's Rod.
Rod. Yeah.
And what do you call a girl with carrots in her ears?
Anything you like, she can't hear you.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
these are kind of icky ones, but they're kind of amusing. So, what do you call a leper in a bath? Porridge.
John?
Oh no!
What do you call a leper in a shower? Flake. What do you call a leper in a swimming pool? Alka-Seltzer.
That's bad.
What's the definition of a
That's all.
pizza?
Of a what?
Pizza.
I don't know.
Reverse side of a leper's
Side of-
band-aid. Why the leper fail his driving test? Lifted foot and accelerator. And last one, why don't you play cards with a leper? Gets a bit messy when he throws it in his hand.
Oh God.
Of course, leprosy, nothing like that at all, but it sounds funny anyway.
Yeah. And then there's two birds on a perch. One says to the other, "Can you smell fish?" Yeah. Or two fish in a tank. One says to the other, "How'd you drive this thing?"
Yeah. Oh, that is dreadful. The problem is, you've been talking jokes, and the only joke that is coming into my brain is the most racist joke that I can think of, and I'm not going to say it.
I've got a book of inappropriate jokes from my granddad. When I say from my granddad, I mean he left it to me when he died.
As opposed to your granddad wrote it.
Yeah, but like my granddad left me a few books, including a book on weird law cases, a book on random sex facts, and a book on inappropriate jokes.
There's nothing particularly
whole
wrong with an
cluster there.
inappropriate joke, but you have to be in the right scenario to do it. Like, if I'm with a group of friends that I know well, and we're all having a drink, I might say this joke, because we're all going to know that, hey, Jen's actually not a racist, and she's only saying it because it's a joke and we're all pissed.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to say it on a YouTube channel because I am aware of how bad this joke is.
That's fair. I mean, something, for example, would be if I said it. It could be inappropriate in some settings, but it'd be something like, "What's black and brown and looks good on a lawyer?" A Doberman.
I can't laugh. Dear.
Yeah, one of my things that I like to do, me and my little brother, we have this silly game we got called Insults to the Death. And the rules are really, really simple. It's basically you got to insult each other as creatively as possible, but if you swear, you lose because you couldn't think of anything better to say.
I like that.
Yeah, so it requires you to, to like be really inventive about it. It's like, I'm sorry, I'm not fluent in idiot, so please speak slowly and clearly.
I mean, I had quite a good one for Pence yesterday.
Yeah.
I described Pence as a discarded genetic experiment, which involved the feces of a maggot-ridden three-legged pig and a tick's toenails.
Oh, that's vicious, but I like it. I still love that meme that I saw earlier today, where it showed the fly on Pence's head, and the caption was on the caption underneath was "Black flies matter."
Oh,
That's quite fun.
Which is a teensy bit racist, but more a piss take on Pence than anything else. So
yeah.
Oh yeah,
I will
Well,
tolerate
it
that
makes it
little bit
easier.
of racism.
That's just a fly. A
Yeah,
fly is a
it's-
piss and Pence, isn't it? Really?
Wow,
the fly
they're
was
attracted
totally
to
a
shit.
fly.
Yes.
The fly was totally put up to it by Harris and Biden. Clearly,
Oh, it was the den.
It's somebody had posted that obviously Pence's and Obama hadn't done a good enough job.
Yeah, I
It
mean,
was like I saw a tweet. Earlier this morning, like really early this morning about that, and there was and Biden, I think, is the one that posted it too. He's like $5. He's got a picture of a fly swatter with Pence.
didn't Biden post something that was just like flywillvote.com that redirects to iwillvote.com?
Oh, he did, yeah. You're quite right.
That was quite fun.
Yeah.
I think
There needs to be a meme now of a fly dressed as an FBI agent. with the dark sunnies and everything.
I will commission
Yeah.
one of my friends to draw that. I think I know
'Cause
who likes that.
I mean, to be fair, knowing the internet, there probably already is.
Well, I know there's a meme about Mike Pence being bugged.
Well, let's
Sometimes-
just hope it wasn't. I mean, can you imagine what it'd be disastrous if he was alone and it was a female fly?
Well, see, the thing with all of these jokes is that they are significantly better when these ones are made on the fly.
Oh!
And by the way, for those who don't understand what I said a moment ago, Pence has a standing rule that you won't be in a room alone with a woman.
Oh, right. I forgot that.
I was genuinely
Did everybody
impressed
else see the other thing that was announced from one of the press things in the White House about something Trump had said to a question about LGBT people?
Oh yeah, I remember that. That was.
Yeah.
Do you want to
It was amazing because they asked him something about LGBT people, and he literally pointed to Mike Pence and said, "You better not ask him. He wants to hang all the fuckers." Now, if you're Mike Pence, and the Cheeto-in-Chief is taking the piss out of you for being a fucking bigot, then how fucking bad a person do you have to be?
Yeah.
Yeah, when Donald
I
Trump
don't
called
know-
you out.
I don't know if anybody. I don't know how many of you get it. I know that Sam almost certainly will. So someone posted something on Twitter last week saying about the Orange Man, being like really bad or something. And I said, yeah, I know what you mean. And there's something about him that always makes me think he might be a groper. And I posted a picture of Mr. Tickle.
Oh,
Aw.
see, I want Donald Trump to be introduced to Mr. Blobby.
Now I want a picture of Mr. Tickle grabbing him by the pussy.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to Trump, I've worn shoes with a higher IQ, and that's when they were still in a field grazing. That's one of my best, insults to the death.
You've got to be careful when you take cows into like a cannabis field because the stakes are high.
Oh.
Oh. COVID has
Makes it hard for the vampires.
That'd be garlic.
Don't blame the Irish.
Blame Canada?
I discovered something quite fun fairly recently, that I have an Irish relative who I think was probably Irish Catholic who moved across to Pendle Hill a few years before the Pendle witch trials.
Oh. That's going back a couple of centuries.
I can trace certain parts of my family back to the 1400s.
Oh, cool.
Cool.
But the fact that my family were kind of existing alongside the Pendle witch trials quite amuses me as a witch, because I'm just waiting for my family to find out both facts.
I was.
Oh gosh, that's just pulled out an interesting thought for me. What is a non-binary? I mean, like, what are you, a witch or a wizard? I mean, what is bit in between?
Witch is a gender-neutral term. I know
yes.
male witches and female witches.
Yes.
That's just Harry Potter for you.
Yes, that is Harry Potter.
Yeah, the term witch is actually a fairly new word. The traditional term, at least where we're from, is cunning folk.
Yeah, cunning. That's why you have the thing of you have the cunning, which means you have magic. So
yeah. Now, in my case, that's actually. I'm gonna have to explain to a lot of my relatives that yes, I'm a pagan, and yes, I'm a witch. The two are separate.
Yeah.
The thing about it is, paganism is just not Christianity. That's all it was in the old.
Of course, it isn't.
Oh no, paganism actually comes from a term meaning religion of the common folk.
Yeah.
So paganism is anything that isn't major world religion. So Islam and Judaism aren't paganism. Typically, you wouldn't consider Hinduism paganism. Though, funnily enough, you would consider. A lot of people consider Buddhism paganism.
Which is odd because a lot of Buddhists don't even consider Buddhism a religion.
Yeah, and the other thing is that the thing with paganism is you can have atheistic paganism and you can have atheopagans, and atheopagans are people who hold pagan traditions that are theistic but are themselves atheists. And that's kind of the thing, that if you prove to me tomorrow the gods don't exist, fine, you've made me an atheopagan. I do pretty much the same things.
And there are people out there who still believe in magic and witchcraft who do not believe in gods.
Yeah.
And that's more tied to the universal nature of the universe. More a kind of Star Warsy Force type of thing than a religion. Although I would argue that Jedi is a fucking Jediism is a religion. So
I have honestly met a Jedi.
Jedi are awesome. I've known a couple of Jedi.
Yeah. Yeah, the Jedi that we have, the people who call themselves Jedi on Earth, would not pass as Jedi in the Star Wars universe. Being a Jedi is being part of a fucking cult.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
The other side of that is
cult.
being a Sith is being part of a cult as well. So,
Well, here's the thing. Both the Sith and Jedi are evil in their own ways. So.
Oh yeah, definitely.
The Jedi are the appropriate group to follow because they try and balance the dark and the light, understanding that neither are inherently good or bad.
Yeah, but you're talking like thousands of years back into Star Wars lore.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm a complete nerd on this bit.
No, if you're going to be honest about it, it's more the case of the Grey Jedi being the ones who were about balance and using both sides of it. The Jedi themselves were more about the light, always more about the light. Avoid the dark side.
The Jedi and the Jedi are separate. The Jedi.
Oh, okay, the Jedi. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Misheard.
The Jedi are like the originals.
So the Grey Jedi are Neo Jedi.
Yeah.
I'm going to turn my mic off a sec, probably.
Are you using the normative? The definition of Jedi? Sorry, Steve McRae joke.
Let's leave Steve McRae out of the discussion. I know this is about ranting, but let's not bother about talking about Steve.
Yeah,
I love Steve to death, but let's no, just no.
So have we come to an end point in our discussion, or is there more to go? Whoa, we've lost Sammy.
I've got a short one for you.
Go for it, Laura.
So you remember I told you about my coping strategy?
Yes.
I had an interesting thing that happened. So I was less than a month into my transition. Started living it on January the 12th into the 13th, and every day, that was a hell of a slurp. Anyway, so then, so on the 31st of January, and I said I went to pay my council tax. So I came out and I'm walking up the street, and there's a guy walking the other way, and he suddenly jumped to the side as if I don't know, he was going to stand in dog crap or something. You know what I mean? Just that kind of thing when, oh gosh, and you just sort of jump to the side as if you nearly did it. And I'm what did you jump for? And he said, I didn't. I said, you did. You just jumped to the side. And he said, no, I was on the phone. And it quickly dawned on me, because he was a black fellow and he said he was from East Africa a short while later. And it dawned on me that what I was saying wasn't what he thought I was saying. He thought I was going to jump. I was saying he was going to jump and attack me, which he wasn't.
No.
So once that cross-cultural language barrier was over, he said, hey, do you want to get a drink? And I said, no, I'm all right. Thank you very much. But thanks for the offer. Yeah, let's get a drink. Or come around my place. I'll make you something to eat. Sorry, we'll get something to eat. Or come around my place. I'll make you something to eat. And of course, you don't do that.
No.
I mean, can you imagine a situation where, let's say I was up for some action. I'm asexual, so I wasn't. But, let's say I was up for some action. Oh, yeah, that sounds okay. So you go and have some, you go to his place. He's on the phone talking to someone in a funny language you don't know. And then there he is making dinner. And next thing you know, there's a knock at the door. And that's when his 4 friends turn up. At which point saying no might be a bit of a problem. Certainly fired, though. Anyway, so, but none of that happened anyway. So he's like, yeah, come over to my place. I'll make you something to eat.
Come back to my house. Sorry.
Yeah, then he leaned closer and he kind of lowered his voice and said, maybe you can suck my...
Oh.
Of course.
It's like, oh, for crying out, when I thought I was, I ended up just sort of using a phrase that I was expecting to be longer than a month before I'd have to use it. I was hoping years and years, but, and I just sort of raised my head and said, I'm not that kind of girl, and walked off. And after 3 steps, I took a look at my shoulder to make sure it wasn't following me, because there would be some problems, because I know where all the weak spots are. But, well, I had a bit of a problem. What do I do with my coping strategy? Because a part of me was flattered. If I was up for some action, being trans wasn't a barrier.
Yeah.
So in the end, I ended up giving myself 50 points of positive energy because it was a bit slightly flattering, but and 150 negative ones because he was a creep. And it's
Yeah.
an interesting story to tell.
I absolutely get that because it's like I'll randomly get catcalled on the street, and I'm like, while I should take offense to that, I'm somewhat pleased.
Right?
It is possible to be both a little thrilled by not just affirmation, but by somebody taking attention in you, and that's not just a trans thing. That's a woman thing in general, and terrified by it at the same time, because attention you don't want is threatening.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's fair. I tend to just kind of like I'll accept it, and I know full well if they realised that I was non-binary, they'd freak the fuck out. So I just take being catcalled and smile at them, and internally I'm kind of I feel comfortable with it because I know I can laugh at them.
Yeah, it's a person thing. You're right, quite right, Sammy. It's a person thing. You've affirmation is a good thing for our psyche. It's a terrible thing for it's a terrible thing for our sense of safety. It can be. It depends on the situation. I mean, if you're in a party with people you know, and you're in a safe environment, and somebody comes up to you and makes a pass at you, that might not be so terrifying, depending on how the pass is made.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, one of the things that sort of popped into my head because, it took probably about most part of a year really before it really dawned on me that when I start taking estrogen, which is the hope, then I'll lose half my strength. Physically,
Probably
I will
more.
become weak. No?
More.
Oh, okay, right. Sorry, I thought you said probably not.
No, I said probably more.
And from what end, I don't know science. I'm really ignorant on science, but I believe it has something to do with your body replaces your cells all the time, and testosterone puts more oxygen in your blood or something like that, which allows the cells to propagate better.
It's got to do with the type of muscle fibers that are developed over time, and to have those muscles, you have to use them and maintain them. Your whole body is rebuilt approximately every 7 years. So the person you are now is not the same person you were 7-10 years ago. You're just not. You're not the same cells, and some of the cells in your body would have been part of Beethoven.
That's why the statute of limitations exists.
Because you can't be responsible for what your previous cells did. So our bodies do change over time. Testosterone helps to maintain a certain type of muscle and a certain type of fat distribution and a certain type of fat within the body. Over time, being on estrogen or reducing that testosterone, that being on the estrogen is a big part as well because it changes the type of. It also has an effect on the muscle types as much as the testosterone does. So it's not just a case of having the testosterone blocked, it's a case of actually being on the estrogen as well. Something that's often forgotten when people talk about trans women in sports, but I was going to try and avoid talking about that.
That's a whole mess. Sports itself, categories we just need to get rid of. I think in certain existing categories.
It's the way they're done. Is the problem. It's not so much that we have categories.
I don't mean categories generally. I mean the categories we have are shit.
Yeah, I don't necessarily have a problem with having gendered sports. There is an aspect to that is still important. But I think the need for it in elite sports is less important, especially in some sports. I mean, let me give you an example. I've played golf. Golf is a game about the short game, not about how fucking hard you can hit the ball. It's how accurate you are, how good your short game is. That is where you win a game of golf. Unless, of course, you're fucking Tiger Woods and a fucking freak. But his short game was good too. So, there is absolutely no reason for having that 2-meter tee box difference between men and women. It is fucking pointless. It makes no difference. And golf has handicaps anyway, based on people's skill. So, having separate men's and women's divisions in golf is a rot. But do you know why we have separate men and women's divisions? It isn't about protecting women in sport. It was about protecting fragile men's egos, because men didn't want to get beaten by women in sports.
Yeah, pretty much.
Of course
So
it
it was purely sexist to start off with.
Of course it was.
So there are better ways to
look,
split sports.
Here's a real quick example of that. Now, some of you people may be on the fence on this one, but auto racing in all its forms, I'm not just talking about NASCAR either, auto racing in general, in all its forms, as far as I know, men and women are not separated.
They aren't, no.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, because there is no need.
I will say this, though. I will say this. In America, though, there is a little bit of bigotry behind it. So.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is a lot of sports do not need any gender separations, and there are more effective ways to separate sports based on body type and build, which would make way more sense. Because, let's face it, what we cheer people on for in sports is the inherent genetic physical advantages that they have. It's got...
And even if people want to say dedication, that's nice, but how many ADHD athletes do you see?
Yeah,
Because it's a psychological thing too.
Yeah, it's a psychological thing too. So sports are inherently unfair. So saying that keeping a gender split in elite sports is about fairness is bullshit. You can say you want your split because we want to have the gender split. Fine. Say that. Be honest about the fucking thing. But it's not about fucking fairness. Be fucking honest about why you want it. And then...
That's the thing, isn't it? It's transphobia hidden in under the guise of fairness.
Oh, I don't even think it's transphobia. It's fucking sexism. In the top line of it, it's transphobia has come out of it towards trans women in sports. Yes, but ultimately, the whole thing of men and women's sports is sexism.
Yeah, pretty much.
It started before trans people were even in the public light, before people
It did. It's always been that.
I apologise. I actually meant to say the turf argument is just, transphobia. Under the
it's their chance of using something as bigotry. Ignore their arguments because they actually don't know what they're arguing about. There are people who would legitimate. There are actually people who argue on reasonable things about certain things because they want to keep the status quo. But the problem with the status quo is the status quo isn't fair. It isn't fair to anyone.
No, they dominated the charts in the 70s.
Oh, fuck's sake.
I'm sorry.
Mystery biscuit. Sorry, Tom's got a reference. Yeah. So yeah, that's the thing. I mean, most people. No, that's all right. Most people who talk about trans women in sports don't even understand what the fucking argument is in the first place. I will break it down. I don't give a fuck about elite sports because elite sports is a tiny percent of trans women. I care about grassroots sports. And in grassroots sports, if you have a competition that's for women, then trans women can compete. Fuck you, I don't give a shit what you think. Because it's about the social aspects of it, and you can't exclude one group of women just because you don't like them. Because that's the same as racism and any of those other forms of bigotry. So fuck off with that idea. But I'm also of the opinion that we should make more sports available that are open to everybody, and we define rules so that we can have men and women's competitions. Like, say, netball is, where you can have mixed netball and you can have men and women's netballs, and then everyone can play whatever the type they like that encourages the social thing that they were looking for in the sport. And in that environment, there is no reason to exclude trans women. There's no reason to exclude non-binary people if they want to compete with the women or if they want to compete with the men. You just let them do what they're going to do because you define the rules to protect the people who are playing.
Yeah. It also makes the very interesting presumption that you'll be able to tell who's a man or woman based off bullshit.
Yeah.
As someone who's played a lot of netball, there is no advantage for trans women.
Yeah. And the fun thing is how many people don't know what sex is.
Oh, fucking.
And I don't mean in the horny way, though. A lot of people don't know what sex is in that sense either.
Oh, definitely. A lot of people have no idea what sex is.
I mean, this is a problem with language. You take the word love. Well, that can be in a myriad of forms.
We're not going to go through all the different meanings of love, are we? That'll be here all fucking night.
There's at least
the way that you love your mum. Yeah, the way you love your mum is different to the way you love your sibling.
Or your dog. Well, we hope it's different to the way you love your dog.
Yeah.
And the way you love a partner.
Yeah, if you love your dog the way you love your partner, there's something wrong with you. I apologize for that.
Unless your partner's a were-dog, in which case...
or a fairy.
Speak to someone about that.
I'm fine with fairies. That's okay. I mean, don't think I'd do it, but I'm fine with people doing that if that's what their thing is.
I don't know. I just had this weird idea about, is that bestiality? I mean...
What, being a fairy?
What, with a
no. If you have sex with someone who's a fairy, does that become bestiality?
No.
It's obviously not.
I guess it depends how much of a dog they identify.
They're not real animals, so no.
No. Right, we're going to that. Here's another question. Right? Would it be bestiality if you had sex with an alien?
With the what?
You're talking about sentient beings. So a fairy is a sentient being. An elf is a sentient being.
Oh, okay.
If you have sex with them, is that bestiality?
Technically,
the same way as if you had sex with an alien.
So I think technically the definition most people would use of bestiality is sex with a non-human. However, I think most people would agree that so long as they're sentient, it wouldn't actually be a thing.
Yeah, because I think bestiality comes down to ability to give consent to.
Yeah, so and that's the thing that I think my thing with furries is I don't really give a shit. A bit like I don't really give a shit about if people want to take part in consensual non-consent. It's like, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
You see, that brings up Howard the Duck, doesn't it? The old movie.
Oh, Howard the Duck.
I love that movie.
I've got to ask a question. How the fuck does he actually have a relationship with any human? Because I'm going to say it wrong. Ducks have cloacas. They don't have... So
it's a corkscrew. Just say it right. It's a corkscrew.
I doubt.
Ducks don't, do they?
Well, let's remember that in this case, it's not a duck. It's a kind of like
anthropomorphic.
Anthropomorphic.
Well, effectively, if you watch the movie, instead of coming from apes, they came from a duck.
Male ducks do have a penis. Yeah, no, you're right. Ducks are
unusual. But still, certain genetic things would still pass on down the line. You can't avoid those.
Yeah.
He's not sapient, but he's sentient, I think is the thing. And so, Howard the Duck's interesting. Did you see Howard in Guardians of the Galaxy? That was a funny reference.
Yeah.
It disappears after each mating season, then grows back. Oh,
And now we know why Donald is always so pissed.
he only has his dick for a little while.
Ducks are fucking weird.
So, Donald is the definition of an angry wank.
I guess.
Well, it's either that or Daffy, because Daffy gets pretty pissed off at some stupid shit too. So
He does.
Yeah.
He's also pretty stupid too.
But that, yeah. See, that's an angry wank. But if you want to get a dumb wanker, you just look at the White House. Pick anyone.
Oh, any of the Republicans.
Yeah, just like I wonder why the Democrats haven't been catching COVID. They say.
I wonder. Damn it.
How can you tell if you're on an Alabama beach? The footprints are webbed.
Oh.
I've had some interesting conversations recently with some of my American friends about.
I thought you were going to say ducks for a second.
No, I have had interesting conversations with ducks. We don't talk about that.
Bye,
I
Robert
totally
X.
wasn't. And it was. I've had some interesting conversations where I'm not. Culture between different places that speak English is so weird.
I'm sorry, I'm just chuckling at the idea of a duck thing. It's like it all started when I was 2, and my mum took me to the park.
Yeah. So Laura, apparently, I've genuinely not met an American who knows what a ginnel is.
Hmm.
Okay, you've met an Australian who doesn't know what a ginnel is. What the hell's a ginnel?
Like a little alleyway.
It's like an alleyway between two houses on like a. It's typically you'll find a ginnel in kind of more rural areas. It's where you've got like two fences between houses and they've got little gaps between roads, and they're the fastest way of getting around. Honestly, if you've not got a car.
Okay, yeah.
I can use them to make a 10-minute car journey with a 5-minute jog.
Well, I know what you're talking about, but as far as I know, we still call them alleyways. At least I do anyway, so.
Alleyways are quite big.
You could definitely confuse an American by saying I had to use a sty in a field.
If you want to blame the problem we've got in the UK is that we have influence from all sorts of things. So we have loads of loan words that have. So we got some that come from the Normans, some that come from the Greeks, and the Romans, and the Norse, and so on. So we have all sorts of, then we've got like, the Anglo-Saxons, which is the Anglo-Saxons and the Jutes, which came from like Denmark, Germany kind of an area.
Our country was the one who obviously where English originated, and English is just a language that hides down alleyways to ambush languages for their spare grammar.
Yeah, pretty much. And every other country that's adopted the English language, or was because it was colonized by England, has then done exactly the same thing with English within their own country, which is why you have Australians having our own crappy slang, and Americans having their own stupid spelling of words. And
okay, one of the first times I went to America, and it was like a little quiet private trans thing, gathering, and it would be at a gay resort in Pennsylvania, a place called Rainbow Mountain near East Stroudsburg. And
that sounds like a failed Disney ride.
Really nice place though, it really is. But first time I went there, I had someone who asked me, "What do you do about bread over there in England?" It's like, "What do you mean?" "Well, where'd you get your bread?" "Well, we go to the supermarket." "You have supermarkets?"
It's like Americans thinking Australians have kangaroos hopping down every street and you can walk out front and pat an emu.
Yeah.
I've been
what the
asked
fuck?
what part of London I'm from,
Yeah.
and
Well, is that anywhere near London? Well, I mean, 150 miles away.
Yeah.
it's relatively near London.
Hold on. For that, and you gotta remember. All right, the scale. Your guys' country is really, really small. So in theory, technically, everything's near London.
So
but in America, it's not quite that.
To give you some frame of reference, if where me and Laura are, if we drove the width of the country, that is a third of the distance from Houston to Austin.
Okay, still scale because all right, I live in Kansas City, and it's like I had to look up on Google again. It's like 200, almost 300 miles from Kansas City to St. Louis in Missouri. That's
like going to Scotland.
Have you driven from one side of your country to the other, Nikki?
Kind of, but it was in a span of years. But I have went from one side of the country to the center, and then from center to the other side of the country. So
I've driven from the top of the country to the bottom before. I've driven from like the Isle of Skye to Cornwall.
My parents live on the west coast, and I live on the east coast. I do that every time I go visit them, or they can visit me. But Sweden is very narrow and on the in that direction. So yeah, that's not as impressive as in the US.
I've driven from Melbourne to Perth. I actually didn't do all the driving. I did some of it. I shared the driving. We did it almost non-stop, apart from stopping to sleep. So we stop, have about 7 or 8 hours rest, and then start driving again. So long 12-hour days of driving, and it took 3.5 days.
Now, my parents were in the Air Force. So I went to 12 different schools and lived in 15 different houses in 17 years. Now, we would go to Germany. We were living in Germany. We'd come home to visit some friends in the UK, and then we'd go back. And we do that over a couple of days.
How many kilometres is it east to west across the UK where you guys are, Sam?
I don't know, because we don't really think in kilometres, but it's about 4.
How do you not know things in kilometres, Laura? Your country does kilometres.
No, we don't.
We
do miles.
We do kilometers, except for roads. Roads are measured in miles.
Yeah. You guys are weird.
We're crazy. You know, you buy milk in liters, but you buy beer in pints.
You're worse than Americans. At least they're consistent.
I buy milk in pints. In fairness, I buy milk in pints because we have a milkman. Because
here's the funny thing. All right, so me as an American, my first introduction to most things British was Top Gear.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that's not a good example.
On a side note of that, it was also Doctor Who.
No, that's better.
Doctor Who's fine. Doctor Who's an acceptable way to learn British culture, except that you get pretty much none of it.
Yeah.
Now, you see, one of my biggest annoyances this is going to turn into a bit of a rant. Okay, so
that's all right. It's supposed to be a ranty thread, and we stopped being ranty for a while.
Excellent. Right. Well, this is perfect. So, one of the things that really pisses me off is not news. And what I mean by not news, I mean stuff that shouldn't be news, but somehow became news for stupid reasons. And an example is when David Beckham, the footballer, when he used to play for Manchester United, there was the local news anything to do with him was newsworthy for some reason. And we get the news here from Liverpool, from Crewe to Liverpool to Manchester to Lancaster. That's the general footprint. Now, so what happened was David Beckham, there was a story in the local news of David Beckham has spent £100,000 on garden furniture for the kids. So like a swing and a climbing frame and stuff like that. And it's like, why is this news? Rich person buys expensive stuff.
Yeah.
If his next door
Yeah.
neighbor spent that money on garden furniture for the kids, and he had like the biggest coat angler factory of all of in all of Europe, would that be on the local news? No, it's rich, famous person buys expensive stuff, which is what rich people do.
Welcome to the American news, right there.
Yeah.
So
the other one that goes with this is I hate the Beatles. Absolutely hate them. Now I don't hate the people. I don't really hate the music. I mean, it's a previous generation, not really my thing. But if it's on, it's on. I don't really care that much.
Right,
What
you're cancelled, Laura.
What I hate is the fame. That's what annoys me. Like I say, I don't hate the Beatles, just the people or the music. I just can't stand the fame stuff because Liverpool has two things. One is slavery and the other one's the Beatles. Anything else is barely anything at all. I mean, there's a weird link to the Titanic, which was based there but never went there because it sank before it even got there. Kind of because it was the Cunard Line headquarters was in Liverpool. I mean, other than that, there's barely anything interesting about Liverpool, weirdly. But if anything goes on towards the Beatles, it's going to be on the local news. If someone found a hanky that John Lennon may have blown his nose on in 1966 in the Cavern Club, it'll be on the local news. Yoko Ono opened a thing in London, and it was on the local news.
Okay, I totally get that. Being somebody from Liverpool, you would be sick of hearing about them. Whereas the rest of the world don't hear about them all the time, so we actually go, oh yeah, the music's cool, and they were quite a good band.
Yeah. I mean, if you've got Oasis and Blur, you don't hear about them as much anymore. But there was a time when if you mentioned Oasis or Blur, everyone would just be like, don't start drama, fuck's sake. Mind you, I quite like both Oasis and Blur. I'm that awkward fucker, Laura.
I hate Oasis as well. I don't really care about the music that much. It was more I was here in the mid 90s when they were at their peak, and half the male population of Manchester dressed up and talked like them, even though they didn't come from that part of town.
All right, I'm going to ruin the entire music conversation. Musicals rock. There you go.
So it was just annoying. But the worst...
Some musicals are not atheists, though. Some musicals are distinctly Christian, like Joseph and his Amazing Technical Dreamcoat. And yes, I am making a rock to atheist joke.
I realise you were, but yes. I didn't say some musicals are rocks.
Yeah, but I'll give you the best example of non-news you've ever heard, and it's fantastic. So when the Football World Cup is on, the nation stops. If England are playing, people call in sick for work, or they just don't bother turning up.
They stop. They genuinely stop lessons in school so people can watch the games.
Yeah. So, so when you get the national news, number one story is England are playing Cameroon today. This was the week. This is when it happened for me. So England were playing Cameroon. What's going to be the strategy? Who's playing, etc., etc. Okay, fair enough. Now, when it got to the local news, well, here where I live, there are loads of teams. You got, Manchester United, Manchester City, Everton, Liverpool, Blackburn Rovers, and so on. So there's all these big top teams, and they got players that are going to be on the England squad. So yeah, fine, that you can understand where the link is. But I was in the middle of Wales. And Wales doesn't really do football very much.
Well, they don't have legs.
They do rugby, but they don't do football in Wales. Just not really a thing. So the only way that the local news in Wales could get it was that a guy who used to play for Wrexham used to play.
That's an awesome word.
Against he used to play in a different team that was. And played with a guy that was on the Cameroon team. That's going to be
quick. I need to drop out, guys. I'll catch you guys later.
Okay.
All right. No worries, Nikki. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
So like I say, if you think about it, it's like 3 degrees of separation. A guy used to play on a team, a different, not Wales team. So a guy who used to play.
There's a euphemism. He used to play for a different team.
Yeah. A guy who used to play for a Welsh team used to play on a different team with a guy who's going to be
With a
playing
guy.
against Cameroon in Cameroon today.
Yeah, it's the weird. They make the weirdest fucking links. I mean, I talking about UK news. I have a bit of a thing about the government and how that one of our higher ranking like cabinet members has turned around and said that people who are in people who are unemployed due to the pandemic should retrain in order to get a job in the pandemic. But he was specifically, when he mentioned this, he was specifically talking about anyone doing artistic shit at all.
Oh, that one, yeah.
And while he then later when he then later clarified that he meant other artistic jobs, it's still a bit bullshit.
Mm.
Yeah, it's all bullshit.
Especially since he wants to keep the theatre industry afloat, because the London theatre industry pulls in like a decent level of tourism. Not as much as the Queen, but it's still a pretty high level.
Is the tourism the only for the Queen the only reason why England hasn't become the UK hasn't become a republic?
It's half of it.
It's half. Of it.
I think a lot of it is tradition, though, isn't it?
It's actually a quarter of it. There's four big aspects. One of them is the tourism for the Queen. Another is the fact that the government gets all the money from the Queen's lands, and then gives the Queen money. And the Queen's lands give Parliament more money than they pay the Queen, or the whole royal family together. The third aspect is tradition, because the UK likes tradition. And the fourth aspect is that would involve doing stuff to change the status quo, and the status quo at the moment, it wouldn't change anything pragmatically, so they don't bother. So that's the four big reasons that we are still a theocracy.
Yeah, and they were mainly big in the 70s. Status quo.
Yeah. So yeah, those are your big reasons that we still have a Queen.
Can I just quickly cut in and say thank you, Amiga Nuts. You are doing an awesome show's job. I love you to bits. Show yourself. Don't forget.
Hey. Thank you.
Thanks, Amiga Nuts.
So, yeah. At the moment, there are only two things you'll consistently hear in UK news at the moment, and everything else is secondary, and you have to actively search for it.
Yeah.
The only two things you'll hear about at the moment are coronavirus. Well, you'll hear three things. Coronavirus. You'll sometimes hear the US presidential election come up.
Yeah.
And then Brexit. Besides coronavirus and Brexit, those make up at least 90% of the newsfeed.
Yeah, that's true.
And then another probably 8% is the US election, and then that remaining 2% is literally everything else.
Put your Twitter up there at least, Amiga Nuts, so people can follow you, because you are amazing. Yeah. I've actually calmed down a lot from being really pissed off about stuff, but I'm still not happy about the crap that's going on for you guys in the UK, because it fucking sucks.
Oh yeah.
And this shit shouldn't be happening, and the gender critical people should just take long walks off short jetties and enjoy the scenery at the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah. I find it really funny that a lot of my friends who hold gender critical ideas because their parents do, I can sit them down and explain what gender is, and they'll suddenly not be gender critical anymore.
Yeah, because they don't understand.
Because they think that gender identity and gender are the same thing, and that gender is normally actually the same as sex.
Oh gosh.
And so I sat them down and explained how sex is constructed, and then based off that, how we get gender. And then they were like, wait, that makes sense. Okay, fair. I agree with you.
I was actually going to say that gender GP thing, and I started to say it, and we got distracted onto it. Lots of other things.
We did.
Yeah,
and I was. So the NHS system is incredibly slow, and it's going to take about 4 to 5 years to get hormones. Because when I got my screening call and I said how long it'd be for the first appointment, I was told it was going to be 18 months. Today, if you go to the Leeds General Identity Clinic, it says 29 to 30 months.
That's ridiculous.
30 months is 2.5 years.
Really? Fuck Tavistock. Tavistock, by the way, is the organising centre for gender identity clinics.
For the kids one.
Yeah. They still try and send me to Tavistock, though, because they send you to Tavistock until you're 19.
And you're 18.
Yeah.
Mm.
And
now,
so I'm finding that frustrating.
Yeah.
Now, because because of the way I decided that even though I haven't got much money, I'm going to use what I can to go private. And last week I asked on Twitter anybody who have they gone private? Who did they use? What did they think? Kind of thing. And one of the ones that was sent to me was Gender GP, and I was looking to that doesn't look too bad. I might try that one. And suddenly that's one of the avenues that seems to be being blocked.
Yeah.
And the only reason that those exist is because the NHS system is rubbish.
Yeah.
The NHS is brilliant at most things, really rubbish on a couple of things.
See, what else is really fun is that as a trans person, it's significantly, as a young trans person, it's significantly more difficult to get hired. And in the UK, a lot of parents expect their kids past the age of 16 to start paying rent. And I was lucky in that didn't happen with me. My mum told me at 18, and then I moved to my dad's house before I turned 18, and my dad doesn't expect rent. So I'm lucky, but I have a lot of friends who need to pay their parents rent. But if you're a trans person, even if you're privately a trans person, employers will try and go through your social media shit, and they will either actively not hire trans people, or I've been fired for being trans before, and they didn't say as much, obviously, because then they could get in trouble for that. But they'd made it quite clear that they disagreed with me on my identity and the fact that I am trans and queer and polyamorous and so on and so on. They really didn't like. And so I got fired over that, and they just said that it turned out that they didn't need an extra employee anyway. And then a couple of weeks later, they hired 2 more people.
Funny that. I knew someone in America some years ago, and they went in a really bad cycle because they were stuck in a vicious circle. Because they were poor, they couldn't afford to get the medical insurance to be able to go and get any estrogen or even anywhere near to getting any surgery because it was expensive.
Yeah.
And of course, before Obamacare and stuff like that, this was at a time where poor people just died because they couldn't afford just normal healthcare. The best example I can think of was there was a guy who had elephantitis of the testicles, which is pretty awful in itself. Anyway, it was like having a carrier bag between his legs. It was the surgery to help him would have cost something like $10,000, but he'd spent decades on disability benefits, and then what happened was someone got his he was on a TV show, it got some attention, and someone donated to him, and so he ended up getting the surgery, and now he has a job and pays taxes. So probably over that time period, probably pay 10 times the amount of taxes that he was getting in Social Security benefits.
Oh, absolutely. And I have a whole rant here. I don't know if you guys want to hear it. It's about automation.
Go for it.
So automation in society is going to render more than 90% of jobs useless. Humans
current jobs.
In 50 years. Yeah, but the thing with the current jobs is that we could have 90% of people not working and still sustain the economy we have, except that pretty much all the money would go to the capitalists, and they're of course not being taxed at the moment, making it incredibly difficult to do anything. And the thing with this is that because automation is coming, and it's a bit like with horses. When cars were introduced, horses went, oh, that's fine, there'll be other jobs if horses could think like that. Because they used to work in fields, and these city jobs are pretty cushy. Cars come along, they lose those as well. There won't be and you can say, yeah, we've got creative jobs.
Not entirely true.
But you can't have humans doing every creative, all doing creative jobs, as it were. Basically, you can't have an economy run solely off that sort of concept. So that's going to push us to an extreme. Either we're going to have universal basic income, meaning
which I think we need. I think that's a requirement.
So yeah, we have to either we're going to have universal basic income, or the majority of humans will die, and there will be
in poverty
and servers. Yeah,
maybe that COVID thing isn't so bad after all.
Oh,
so
fuck's sake.
there is the pure and simple results of automation will be a polarization. We will either go far left or moderately right. No, far right, sorry, or moderately left. Words. And I say moderately left because, to level with people in the chat, I'm fine with communism. I'm not actively a communist, but I'm fine with communism.
You mean proper communism, not
I mean, yes, I mean proper
communism. You don't mean Stalinism. You mean actual communism.
Look, Stalinism is basically state capitalism. That's not communism.
It's also a state dictatorship.
Yeah, so there's a lot of issues with things that people have called communism, that they are basically variants of capitalism and not actual communism.
Yeah.
And so because I'm outwardly a socialist, and inwardly I'm like, I think we'll eventually end up with communism. We're just nowhere near ready for that yet, because communism would have to be a global thing. You can't have a communist state, you have to have a communist world.
Let's upset all capitalist Americans. Star Trek is a communist society.
Oh, it is, yeah. And the thing with all of this is that because it's going to force such a polarization, we're either going to have a situation where all of humanity is rich and most of humanity are dead, or a lot of humanity survive and we fucking provide for each other. And so this automation is, I would guess within the next 100 years that's going to force this radical shift. But within 50 years, we could see mass unemployment, so we need to work on it now. And because of this mass shift, because of all the automation and stuff, that's going to require massive amounts of fossil fuels. And because it requires this amount of fossil fuels, and a lot of big companies aren't interested in investing in things like solar and wind and nuclear, that causes a lot of problems, in that because companies won't invest in it, these companies will leave it too late, and most, if not all, of humanity will die, leaving only the uber rich.
By Microraptor.
By Microraptor. So we are left basically in a situation where we can be socialist and fix shit, or we can not be socialist and all die. And people don't get it.
No, they don't. I mean, we have to head in that direction. We have to end towards a more socialist-based society to protect all of humanity. We have to end up with a pro-excess society. We have a pro-excess society now. We have too much shit that goes to waste, and too many people dying of starvation already. And we have to change the way we do things.
We need to understand that while locally we're not working in a zero-sum game, globally we are in fact working in a zero-sum game of resources. And in order to fix that, we have to work together to be able to do things like mining asteroids to get additional resources from outside of Earth. And to do things like create a Dyson swarm, because if you can create a Dyson swarm, you'll suddenly find it a whole lot easier to have energy to power Earth. So all of these things are great, but they're not going to happen under the current system. And I am ranting at this point because I'm a raving leftist.
I want this discussion. Definitely, Sam. We need to have this discussion. And I want to go with it. But I know that Amiga Nuts has just said that he's got another stream in 45 minutes, and I don't want to overrun on Linda's stream because she's awesome as well. So I'm thinking maybe we should start a wind up because we've been going like 4 hours now, and this is probably one of the longest streams on my channel now. But I thoroughly enjoyed this, and it's been good for my psyche because of being sick and all that crap. So
it's 4 hours long. I turned up, didn't I?
It's not your fault, Laura. I was prepared for this.
Yeah. I think the thing is, Laura, that I would presume that both of us have a tendency to extend the stream significantly. When both of us are here, Jen's just not going to escape.
Yeah.
It's not the first time with either of you. Have you seen me in streams? Have you seen me? I mean, I know I've been less talky than normal today because I feel sick, and yet I've still held out my fair share of the conversation. And that echo's annoying me.
I think this conversation is far too neurodivergent, but really specifically, this conversation feels ADHD.
You know, the nice thing for me is having
it's also sciencey, and I love science.
I haven't actually spoken to anybody all day, and really not for the last few days, other than a quick chat on the phone with a friend.
The longest conversation I've had in a week is 10 minutes long.
Yeah.
Also, your last long conversation was with me.
Yeah.
Damn, Sam. I'm sorry I've been out of the picture. I could have had a good conversation with you guys.
You know what was hilarious for me? When the lockdown was going on, I was kind of, almost like inwardly joking at all these people saying how awful it was to be stuck inside all the time and things like that. And it's like, so what you've got is a population that were staying inside all the time and were scared to go out and meet people because they might have the virus.
Yeah.
And my head was thinking, congratulations, now you know what agoraphobia feels like.
See, I don't have that problem. I'm good with going out and doing shit and meeting people. So, doing shit. It's a great turn of phrase, isn't it? I was going out and doing shit.
See,
you stay home and use your loo and do shit?
I break the rules quite a lot in that I probably meet up with 6 or 7 different people, but every single one of them within our group of 6 or 7 people, we are the only people we ever meet with, and we've all recently tested negative for COVID, so we know we're okay.
Now, I haven't had a test because I didn't need to. The irony of it is, I ended up having to go out more because of COVID than I did normally. And the reason was because I couldn't get my groceries delivered. So I was getting my groceries delivered, but I couldn't get any slots for the supermarket to deliver the groceries to me. So I ended up having to go out to get groceries. Fortunately, because of the agoraphobia, I managed to get on the extremely vulnerable list. So I'm not, I'm not in the extremely vulnerable in the sense of it would be bad if I got it. It's just more that, it was causing a real problem for my life to not be able to get the slots, and that's all I needed it for. But I even got a letter on it about it today.
So, to sort of head us towards finishing up, tell everyone a bit about your channels. And fight over who goes first. No. I'll let you go first, Laura.
Laura, you go first.
You go first.
I've got a YouTube channel. I've had it for years. I'm sporadic. I don't really plan to do something. Often I just do something random. At the moment, I've had a thing about Steve McRae and his hypocrisy, so a lot of my stuff has been about Steve McRae recently. But
this is a Steve-free zone. Just saying. I know you're talking about what you're doing on your channel, but this is a Steve-free zone.
Yeah, that's fine. But, I have an eclectic taste of stuff. So I'll have just, reasons why I think religion can be silly. But I also have some silly ones. Like, for example, I've got a little rant. I have this thing every now and again that I do called On the Case. And it's like, hello, I'm, welcome to On the Case. And today I'm the case of X. One of them is Oreo cookies. That's an entertaining to watch.
I should go and watch that because I would appreciate it.
Yeah, it's a really simple one, but it's silly and funny as well. I'll post it in the live chat for you. But yeah, so one of the videos I've got on there was my coming out video. That was last January, and that was a lovely one to make. A month ago was On the Case, the Beatles, then Not News. There you go. That's already one right there.
And Sam, what are you doing on yours? Because you've only got. Sorry,
last thing I want to say. To find my channel, it's just youtube.com/cliffjumper24, cliffjumper24.
Amigos put the links to you in the chat.
Yeah.
So your links are there, Laura. So, and I will add the links to everybody in the descriptions later after I've had a good night's sleep. Sam, what are you doing on yours? Because you've got about four or five videos so far. Two. I thought it was more than that.
No, 2. So
how many subs have you got now?
I was going to release a video last week, but when I went to write the script, I genuinely couldn't get it under an hour long because I wanted to explain thoroughly and clearly why Sola Scriptura is bullshit from a Christian perspective. And I couldn't get it under an hour, so that's a work in progress. So I didn't do a video last week. I'm aiming to do a video a week, but I'm going to do definitely at least a video a month is my kind of thing. I talk a lot about communication and trying to build bridges with people. So I'm going to try and reach out to both atheists, Christians, other pagans, and because I'm a polytheist, and obviously that's going to colour my views. I'm going to talk about philosophical things like free will, and my video either today or tomorrow is going to be about consent. And I'm going to talk about things like LGBT subjects and issues I take with certain things that other people do. For example, the concept of anti-theism, I take umbrage with the term itself, and I'm going to do a video in the next few weeks talking about that.
Cool. I look forward to them. You're up to 40 subs now. That's brilliant.
Oh, yeah. It was either 39 or 40. I've not checked.
No, it's 40. I just checked.
Okay.
If you're in the chat right now and you're not subbed to Sam, please go sub to Sam. Please go sub to Laura. If you're in the chat and you're not subbed to me, how the fuck are you here? Please sub to me. No, please sub to me and go and watch my naked videos because they're cool and I enjoyed making them. Even the really kind of rude ones. Most of them are pretty tame, apart from the first one. But go watch them. They're going to be an ongoing series about sex and sexuality, and probably I'll do some trans issues in amongst there and stuff like that as well because it's interesting and that's it. And I may even have guests on a couple of them where we're both naked, but they won't be streams because it's a lot harder to hide fuck-ups on streams than it is when a pre-edited something. There is no intention of showing anything that might get video struck down. Yeah, flagged. Although I have no idea how my masturbation video isn't flagged, but hey, I'm not complaining.
There you go.
There you go.
So if I might do a kind of last shill,
yeah, go for it.
All of us are on Twitter. You should go and nosy there. We probably all just scream into the void, but it's fun. And also, these guys are both awesome, and you should absolutely support them. And all the people who were previously into, they're all cool. I'm vaguely aware of them and kind of starting to follow them. You guys are all fucking awesome. So thanks for having me on.
Yeah. Oh, anytime for both of you. You're absolutely lovely, and I love you to bits. To Ed, to Kelly, to Microraptor, to Nikki, thank you, my lovelies, for joining us. It has been absolutely brilliant. This has been an amazing stream for something I threw together. Thank you to everyone in the audience, to Mega Nuts for being Shillmeister extraordinaire, and everyone else who's been in and out of the chat, and anyone who's stuck around for the entire 4 hours. You are fucking amazing. I don't deserve such subscribers as you guys, but I'm so glad I've got you. Love you all. We will catch you all in the next one. Bye, lovelies.
Bye.